Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another 12 FPS or 12 frames per second at EGAD headquarters. I am Carmichael, also known as Mikey, also known as Mickey, here today with Winona. Say hi.
Hello, it's me, the Winona, playing the Mad Lad.
And I will be playing a colorful category of characters and a not so colorful category of characters. Colorful enough, I actually need both tabs open. So Winona, would you be a dear? Would you roll for the weather today?
Sure, let's roll for that weather.
3d20. Let's see it.
Alright, alright. First D20,
Mm-hmm.
12, second D20, 8, and third D20, 2.
Could you please be a dear and write that down for me?
What numbers did I just say? I say 12, 8, and 2. Nope, I did the wrong chat.
It's okay. It's okay.
In the wrong server. Okay. 12, 8, 2.
Temperatures are perfect. Perfectly normal for a spring day. The sun is out and shining. The birds are singing. The flowers are starting to bloom. Spring is on its way. Admittedly, winter still has its icy claws set into the couch, but it's loosening its grip. And soon, you'll be enjoying the blooms of roses and many other flowers and gardens. All the little bugs and the little animals. And other things that come with spring.
Mm-hmm.
However, we don't immediately start with you at the treehouse.
Alright.
We start with your failed search for Bowtie. Because Mad Lad is on a mission today. What is that mission, Winona?
Mad Lad has been waiting to do this mission for a while and has a few options of trying to find a god to help them to basically break the connection between Roguefort and his masters, the evil hags. And so he basically had three options, and he basically went in order of easiest to hardest. And his first option was looking for Bowtie because, hey, she knows a patron, a god that would possibly be able to help. So he first went looking for Bowtie. However, whether it be high or low, say indoors or outdoors, he can't find Bowtie. And he's
can't find Snatcher either.
which
Or
is,
Swiper, sorry.
we know who we're talking about.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, which is like, huh. Alright. That is option 1 not available. Okay. Second option, Ted, is because Mad Lad goes look for Belle because he's like, he knows Roguefort doesn't really like the idea of Belle, but at the same time, he at least wants to get the yay, nay, like, feelings out. It's like, look, if we had to choose you, would you be willing to do so if we had no other options?
You know what? Roll me investigation. Let's see how easily you find Belle. It's not like he's hiding, but he is at the treehouse.
Yeah. And Mad Lad would definitely check out the treehouse first. So, investigation. Okay, that's a decent roll of 13.
Yeah? Okay. You find him in the treehouse, apparently with a plate in front of Belle's, his new little jester buddy that he hasn't given a better name to yet. And he appears to have put another slice of devil's food cake on that plate to see how he likes the taste of it. You've kind of seen him scampering around, but you haven't really seen Belle's in person. He looks like a little animated hand puppet that has now sprouted legs and is dressed like a jester. And is just kind of sitting in essentially a children's high chair with the plate of cake in front of him, and Belle's just kind of watching him curiously and expectantly.
I mean, Mad Lad lives in Toontown. He's seen Muppet Born and stuff, so seeing a hand puppet come alive with hands and feet is just it's not that much. It's not that strange to him. But Mad Lad goes up to Belle and he's like, "Hey Belle."
Mad Lad, hello. Is there anything you need?
Yes, there is something I need. But first, is this Belle's?
Yes, this is. Bells, I don't believe you've met yet. And Bells is about to try and curiously dig into the cake and then stops with the fork of the cake, turns. This would be Mad Lad. Mad Lad, this is Bells.
Hi,
My court jester.
hi Belle's. He does a little wave.
Bells does a little wave back.
Yeah, I've seen him scampering around the treehouse, but I wanted to make sure.
Of course, of course. He's with me, by the way. If he causes any trouble, it's purely on my head, not his.
Okay.
Anyway, what was it you needed?
I need some help from you in particular because, I mean, technically, in Mad Lad does prayer hands is just like sort of that motion of technically, that sort of technically motion as he like points his prayer hands toward him. He's like, technically, you are a god.
His face slightly crinkles up at the title of God, but he's like, I am considered a divinity.
Are a god in all nope.
W- Winona?
Oh, did I cut out? I think I accidentally pulled out my.
No, you didn't cut out. You like changed to like the speaker and then came back. I was trying to tell you
Yeah,
your microphone
think
changed.
that I say no. I think I was trying to untangle some of my cords and I think it accidentally went out for a second. I was like, oh shoot.
Okay, just start your sentence from the top.
Yeah,
Basically divine, continue from there.
Yeah, Mad like, and I need the help from specifically someone that is divine adjacent and or a god themselves.
Help with what? And he folds his arms and just kind of turns away from the table slightly, and you watch as like Bells out of the corner of your eye just like takes a piece of the cake, opens his Muppet mouth and kind of puts it in for the fork, and just sort of chews curiously, even though again it's just like Cookie Monster chewing. He doesn't have teeth.
Look, it's hilarious. I can see it. But anyways, Madla is like, well, technically for a upcoming adventure, I need we need to find a certain plant. However, there's a catch with this plant because this
Is
plant.
it Devil's Trumpet?
No.
Ah, proceed.
No. Let's say, haven't heard of that one. But anyways, basically, this plant can't be handled by any mortal being. They can only be handled by a divine being. Otherwise, you will instantly die.
I'm gonna get his dice real quick. Hang on a minute. Let me take off the headphones and do that. Excuse me. Ow. Hi, dear. Excuse me, dearie. Come here, boys. Come here. Come the pappy. There we are. There we go. Because Belle has physical casino dice, and I like using them. I like calling them his little Percy's.
Look, there. I love dice. I love when dice fit the theme of their of characters.
Mm-hmm.
I like exactly why I have some gunslinger guys for Mad Lad.
So I'm gonna roll a nature check first to see if Belle recognizes or like clues in immediately what plant you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does have some awareness on old folk tales, old epic poetry, some older mythology. He just doesn't always like talking about it, but he's aware of it because again, theater kid slash divine that is related to the theater in at least a small fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does Bill know that he is talking about the Holy Moly? Let's see. Oh, that could be better. Could be worse. Could be better. Hang on a minute. It's just tabs are a little slow. Give me a minute.
No, you're fine.
Because I have to open up Ravenloft real quick. Ravenloft is where I'm keeping most of the Toon character sheets. So just,
Fair.
It's a little easier doing that than doing it on a campaign that I do not own that could get shut down at any moment.
Nah, that's no, understandable.
I'm also going to roll a D100, but I don't know whether to roll Bell's dice or whether to roll Evray because this is Bell's rolling and not Bell. Not Scratch. You know what? Give me a second. I'm going to do an odd even. Okay, so Percy's, are you okay with rolling for Bell's little court jester? Odds is yes, evens is no. Odds is yes, I could just roll it for both Bell and Bells. Evens is no, you're Bell exclusive. You're Bell exclusive, understandable. Have a nice day. Okay, we're doing a fray. Respect the will of the dice.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so Bell. There he is. There he is. Okay, here we go. Nature. It's not gonna help much. That's a +3. And he rolled a 6. A 9 doesn't know what he's on about. All right, so you need a plant that only a divine creature can touch. Do you know where it is or what it's called?
Yeah, it's basically it's on an island in the middle of the ocean. Circe.
Nope.
Am I remember?
Nope. Nope.
Oh, don't tell me you got a beef with Circe.
Well, yes and no. I'm not setting out to an island in the middle of nowhere, let alone that island. And I'm gonna roll Bell a proper history/religion check, so both dice. And religion is a 14. History is a 22.
Yay!
And goes, look, I tend to have beef with most divines in general. This just has to be accepted. But you're also asking me to sail out into the middle of the ocean to this island that is usually femme exclusive.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Asking someone that is not femme, asking someone that's not the slightest bit femme, and would also be stranded in the middle of the ocean with a goddess of the sun and transformation.
Look, I'm not.
Though technically it's her father that's god of the sun, and she's
Yeah,
goddess of elixir, potions, transformation. She still has the sun in her eyes. It still burns.
yeah, technically, say if you want to be technical about it, I sort of see her as more as the potion sort of side than the sun sort of side, but that's semantics. Look,
it depends on the person. You were saying?
Yes, but look, I'm not. Look, I'm not excited about this either. As someone, he sort of mentions himself, that is not femme either. But we need the plant, and we need someone who is divine.
And it's not going to be me.
Oh, come
Terribly
on.
sorry.
Ugh, please.
No.
My last option is something that I'm not even sure if I could even get in contact with unless you know who the Raven Queen is and or have worked with her. Mike?
I was rolling.
Ah, okay.
I was hoping the microphone would catch the sounds of me rolling.
No,
but no.
you have a good mic that doesn't catch a lot of other sounds.
Well, I was rolling right in front of the mic. I was hoping it would catch that one. But that is an 18 on religion. And he kind of, you watch as his ears flick a bit. And while his eyes had narrowed a lot at the idea of, oh god, you're gonna make me go in the middle of the fucking ocean? To see Circe, the island of nymphs, and transformed people? Are you mad? Are you stupid? Do I look like I have a death wish? No! And then you mention the Raven Queen, and his ears that were previously pinned back and the eyes that were narrowed kind of open up a little, kind of perk up a bit, but not fully, just a little bit of recognition. Why are you looking into the... Oh, you don't want to stay, Sassy? Is that it? Okay, one second.
No.
All right, fine, go on. Skedaddle. Skidoo. Silly, fluffy baby does not like storytelling. She likes sleeping. Makes sense. Okay, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Anyway. Why are you looking into the Raven Queen?
Well, it's the only other god that my friend basically has met in one period of time, and she helped him in some way. Don't know what. He doesn't have the memory for it, but he got.
Which friend?
Matt Lad looks around, make sure the coast is clear, then does the hand wave down.
And Bill just kind of brings his head down, brings
And
his ear right up to him so he
yeah,
can stage
cups his
whisper.
hands while he's over here. Roguefort.
Ah, that friend. I see.
Yeah, we're trying to keep this on the down low.
Oh no, of course, of course. Secrets between co-conspirators, I understand.
Mad Lad nods. Yeah, apparently he's met her and she has helped him. He doesn't really have the memory for it, but according to some preliminary research, that kind of makes sense. She has to do with memories and stuff. She likes collecting them.
She specifically likes collecting tragic memories, painful ones. Though I don't know why she would take a memory of that kind from your friend or help him in the first place. Not to say she's not a helpful divinity, mostly because he can't just say goddess outright.
Fair.
He doesn't even really say her name properly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not a sign of disrespect, it's a sign of he doesn't want to burn his tongue.
Fair.
But well, he could say god or goddess. He just can't say it in like the reverential way. He can't say it in like the polite way.
I get you.
But I don't know why she would help him in the first place. It's not that she isn't a helpful divine to begin with. She's been known to reach out and assist. But it seems like her friend would be the polar opposite of what she's interested in, especially considering their planes are such complete polar opposites between the wilds and the fell.
Yeah, that's what I'm not getting either. Like, I hear she's a collector of some kind, but why would she want someone's memories who's specifically from the Feywild? Again, opposites.
It's probably not the location that has to do with it. It's probably who he is. I'm actually going to roll him a... We're going to go with either Nature Arcana, the modifier's the same, to see if he could actually clue in from the fact that Roguefort hasn't been disguised in a while.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of his body is Ditter Critter, but his head is Sugar Plum. We'll see if Belle knows what Sugar Plum fairies are or not.
Roll with advantage because Madeline would probably mention probably would help out. Try to brainstorm.
Yeah, okay, we'll roll with advantage, sure. That's I didn't need the advantage, but that's still good anyway. That's a 22. Either way. And then he kind of... Well, it may not be related to where he's from. It may be more related as to what he is or who.
I mean, if you want tragic backstories, he basically kind of is the last Sugar Plum fairy.
I mean, that's not what I've heard, but fair.
Well, maybe the last one with free will, but Fair enough.
Also, not what I've heard, but fair. We're getting off track. Regardless of why she would have wanted to assist him, what makes you think she would want to assist you in getting the Holy Moly?
Mm, I mean, it's my only option left. I don't know why she would help me. I have my own tragedies, so maybe I have a better chance of finding her in the first place.
I
But
think, alright, I think you're making some incorrect connections. She doesn't just connect to the tragic. She collects tragic memories, but that doesn't mean she's drawn toward tragic people. She is drawn to death. She is a death goddess.
yeah, she'd be attracted to me also with that regard.
She wouldn't be attracted to that regardless because she's normally a recluse. She's very shy and withdrawn. Tends to only reach out whenever it benefits or whenever it fits into something else. There's no rhyme or reason to the way she moves. That's the other reason I'm concerned. She's
Yeah,
really your only other option?
yeah. Do you really want me to ask Chaos? 'Cause I don't wanna.
I'm going to be honest, no, but that's also because I feel like I might need chaos in a pinch, and if you have him occupied trying to help the potions lady over on her island, then I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get his help when I need it.
That's also fair. He favors you a lot.
I've noticed. You can't tell if he's flattered or concerned by that, but again, not all of his memory is back. So, like, do you
That
even know how to reach out to her, though?
Not yet. I was basically gonna ask around first because again, she's sort of like my last option, mainly because I don't have no idea how to find her. That's why I asked
Well,
that's why I asked you because she is a death goddess in like heaven and hell and everything.
all right, you're mixing some things up. She's not related to. I don't even know what heaven is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Still,
Look, here's the thing. You don't normally find her. She finds you. You don't know why she's found you. You don't know how she finds you, but normally it is very difficult for others to reach out to her and get a verbal response. She's not very chatty. However, and he holds up one clawed finger. However, I can give you some advice that might assist. Though you didn't hear it from me.
Mad Lad nods.
You should be drawn to places of death and darkness. Not darkness as in gloom, doom, and ow the edge. Darkness as in natural, physical darkness. See, places where you can cross into the Shadowfell normally tend to spring up in places of shadow and the dark, and tend to go away with the light. So, occasionally, by finding oneself bathed in shadows, they may find themselves closer to the Shadowfell than to her by extension. Also, heading to places of death where ravens congregate may assist you as well. Now, normally I would say it'd be more helpful to make an offering or a prayer of some kind, blah blah blah. I'm not versed on that, and I especially am not versed in giving one to her, so not gonna help there.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's similar. Yeah.
It's up to you to decide what helps. And if she decides she doesn't want to help, I'll consider it, but I do not like the idea of just going out into the ocean, so I might try to find a way to choose us around that, you feel me?
I understand. Again, I basically went through anyone else who would be able to help and again, you don't want me to ask Chaos for help. I don't want to ask Chaos for help. I rather just find.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. He wouldn't help anyway. Whatever help he'd try to give would make it worse.
Yeah, I feel I feel bad for the unicorn that he's roped in lately.
I'm making a dice roll, by the way, just to see if Belle feeding a devil's food cake to Belle's does anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I am rolling Belle's dice because it does involve Belle. So
Yes.
this does involve Belle. Mm. Okay. Let me do a coin flip. Ow. That was a bug bite. Okay. A 90 is a no. But he is eating the devil's food cake very voraciously. And by the time Belle looks over, he has. It's like whenever Belle turns his back, he abandons the fork and goes full face, just like burying his muppet mouth in it. And then as soon as Belle turns around, he has miraculously gone back to the fork and knife and is just eating it like a dainty little figure. And whenever Belle turns back around, he's back to just Cookie Monstering it. The last time Belle looks over, he kind of drops the act a bit and it's just got a face full of frosting and cake. And Belle just, I told you not to make a mess. And the puppet kind of looks around and then points at itself like, me? Make a mess? No. Yes, you have. Look at your face. It's all gone on your fur. Oh, honestly. And he kind of is going to reach into his hammer space and he's going to pull out a napkin just to start cleaning because it's like, buddy, I gave you one piece of cake and I was going to see how you enjoyed it. You've just scarfed it down. Oh, thank heavens. I thought that was a fumble.
Yeah.
Look, places of shadow or death are your best bet. If it's also any indicator to you, you can also just try and head directly to the Shadowfell.
I
But
rather
there's really
not. I'd rather not get lost in the Shadowfell, but I do possibly have an idea. Shadow and death. That sounds like a graveyard and crypt may be my best bets.
Yeah, that would work. If you do need to go to the Shadowfell, though, try the Drider. Some of them are said to originate from or dwell in the Shadowfell.
Look, I already am not very good with the Court of Poisons, which do I know there's one Drider in there, and I'm not very sure if I want to see him again.
Well, that doesn't really apply to me, does it?
No, no, it doesn't. And he sighs.
You asked for advice and I've given it. You have ideas. I'm just giving you some more. Because whether you like it or not, you may have to go to the Shadowfell anyway.
Ugh. I I will
But
keep that.
maybe you don't. Who knows? Certainly not me. I don't revel with gods and goddesses.
Usually I don't seek out gods or goddesses either, but this is something that I have to do.
Do you really have to, though? Can nobody else do it? I know that Otto has been very concerned about him.
I haven't heard from Otto in a long time.
I haven't either. But I do know the two were attached at the hip.
Yeah, and maybe if he would have been around, I asked him to come with me. And say, but for right now, it lays rest on me.
Mm-hmm. He finishes cleaning up the puppet. And just as he's finished cleaning it up, the puppet just tosses up a hand that it had been hiding and splatters a bit of devil's food cake on Belle's face. And he kind of flinches at that.
Mad
And
lad,
just
Mad
stares
lad
unamused.
laughs.
Ha ha. I mean, it is good. And he just puts out his long devil's tongue to just lick it off his face. Oh, that is rather nice, thank you. Grazie. And the puppet holds up a thumb from its little mittened hand.
Hmm.
Look, you have ideas. We'll see how they go. If you really truly are struggling to find anything else, I'll see if I can do anything. But I will find a way to see to it we don't have to sail because I am not going out into the ocean. So help me.
I mean, does it really make a difference? Never mind. I'm not gonna argue semantics.
You
I
quiet you slowly see a small neon arrow that appears that is held by like an invisible little imp and
yeah.
points to Bill that says, "Afraid of open ocean."
Mad Lad looks at that. I was like, I see.
When Bell looks over, the sign has disappeared, so has the imp.
Look, I have a friend who is also like we may be able to figure out something since death and darkness is in a way his thing, but at the same time also connects to me. It's a whole thing, trust me. It's gonna complicate my soul in the afterlife if we don't get it fixed eventually, but we'll worry about that when that comes.
Well, hopefully I don't have to worry about that.
Hopefully you won't. It depends on how my plot goes because I don't know why, but I feel like something's coming. Just feel it in my gut.
You keep talking about plot. Can you ever phrase it in a way that's normal for a small child? Why do you have to phrase it like you're writing yourself into a corner or off a cliff?
Because it feels like most of the time that's what it is.
Mad lad. And it kind of gets away from the puppet, which sort of it helps itself off because it's not a child. It's just sitting in the high chair so it can reach because it is very short. It is very eeny weeny. Just hops down, and Bells just kind of kneels down to your height. You are not a scriptwriter. You are a child. And I hate that it has to be the devil that tells you this. But you should really focus on that instead of on plot or fate or fortune.
Mm. It's just sometimes hard to feel like a kid at times. I've been getting better, but it's been hard.
I think you need to keep getting better. And that means focusing less on plot and more on having fun and being a little boy that doesn't have a track record of bodies and guns.
I mean, look, I'm always going to probably have a record of bodies and guns, but I will try to be more of a kid. I have two other good friends with me right now that I say that we've been really enjoying each other. Or at
Then
least playing
that's
with each
good.
other.
Focus on them. You're
Yeah,
at the age you don't need to focus on whatever fate has in store for you. Just focus on being the little kid that you are at the moment and have fun before it leaves you forever.
alright.
What? No, Sassy, you wanted out earlier. You're not coming in immediately.
Cats.
I love you very much. You're not coming in yet.
But for right
Never mind.
now.
I'm gonna let her in. Excuse me. What? No. You are very pushy, but I love you. Boy, come on, onto the bed. Come on. There you go. Find a spot to sit. You are very loud, but you also purr just as loud, and I love you too. Yeah. Hi, baby. Okay. Continuing, you were saying?
But for right now, I say I know that it's a graveyard would be good. I know where the Toontown graveyard is. I also know they have a crypt in there. So getting almost pure darkness in a crypt may be a good idea.
I would maybe just recommend the graveyard first. You don't need to trespass in somebody's crypt.
You have no idea how many crypts are just open. It's really weird.
I would just recommend the graveyard to start. You kind of need feasible plausible deniability for your raven to show up. And they don't necessarily just fly to crypts.
Mm,
But you didn't hear it from me.
you do make that does make a good point. All right, graveyard, probably around midnight or closer, or maybe dusk. Maybe get to the graveyard at dusk and just sleep over. That's a good place to start.
He nods and then gets back to just playing around and trying to get back to teaching the little jester how to properly be a jester, how to properly be a bard. And you realize that's what Bell's been doing. He's kind of been trying to train him as a court jester, and it's been going somewhat. I'm gonna just roll a D100 here, by the way, for when Bell's had the devil's food cake to see if anything changed. Nope, that's a no. That's a 42. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you've gotten your answer from Bell, and Bell basically wander off. So what is Mad Lad going to do now?
Mad Lad's good. Taking a deep breath, release it. He's like, all right. Hmm. Let's see. So, Raven's graveyard. It's still pretty. The day is still up, and I'm actually gonna give him an intelligence check because I have an idea. But I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
say Alexander is gonna possibly make a suggestion. Okay, that's a 19 on the die, so Alexander does speak up. Well, I do think that maybe we going in together may bring attention. However, Roguefort may not be able to remember what happened, but it always seems like his dinner critters are always around. I wonder if they saw anything. Mad Lad does give a little nod. You do make a good point. Say, Roguefort may not remember, but maybe Blanca or one of the other dinner critters might. I and Alexander's like, well, it's worth a shot. It'd be at least one last thing before we go to the graveyard. We do have some daylight to kill. Mad Lad nods. Yeah, let's try that one thing, and then let's head back to Toontown. And Mad Lad is gonna go look for Roguefort's dinner critters, specifically Blanca.
Just sneeze. Sorry. But yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, Sassy. But roll me investigation. We'll see how successful you are.
All right. Ooh, that's gonna be a dirty 20.
Roguefort is appears to be watching a high seas action romance movie on the television.
Mad Lad.
He appears to be incredibly deeply invested in this and can't pay attention to anything around him. The dinner critters are also all crowded around him as well, trying to fit themselves on the same chair.
Mad Lad walks in and sees the romance and, like, as all young boys does, like, sticks out his tongue. He's like, yeah. As he then looks at the dinner curse and looks for Blanca.
Can see. Give me a moment. You can kind of see that Blanca is sitting on Roguefort's shoulder, where she always sits.
Mm-hmm. Mad Lad's gonna use his ranger ability and use speak with animals. And he whispers, Blanca, Blanca, can I speak with you for a minute?
Hmm? And you see the little thing turn and also give me a second. The little bandana fell on my head. Hey, Sassy. Here's the bandana. Oh, of course, dearie. Give me just a moment. And it, Roguefort doesn't even notice the fact that she just. Yeah, I set that a bandana. You're fine. You're fine. Hush, hush. Yeah. And she's gonna just sort of scamper over to you. You know, the way that a straw bug will.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, dearie?
Hey, Mad Lad probably does lead them over to a little room to themselves, so they don't get they don't distract Roguefort or the other dinner critters from their exciting movie. He's like, I need to ask you about something.
All right, dear, just keep in mind we're all in interconnected headspace.
Well, this is
Go
sort of
for
a,
it.
in a way, this is sort of good. You're connected to these other dinner critters because they may have seen something, but Roquefort doesn't remember anything about what happened when he met the Raven Queen. But did you guys see anything?
I'm going to roll at disadvantage. Oh, no, I don't recall anything about that, dear. All the places we go to and all the places we see, it just tends to blend in after a while, you know?
Mad Lad sighed. It was worth a shot.
Besides, if Roquefort doesn't remember, the likelihood is we don't either. We don't always contain memories that he's forgotten, just as we don't always contain what's remembered. But we do our best.
Mad Lad nods. That's fair. But I thought maybe that'd be one key to the puzzle. But apparently, say that's not the case. But thank you anyways, Blanca.
Of course. If I might ask, why are you asking about the Shadowfell? It seems like a gloomy place for you to be thinking about.
It's the only option we have left. If we want to find a divine entity to help out with Roguefort, say the Raven Queen's the closest thing. I mean, technically, Bell said he would help if we couldn't find anyone else. But he's also afraid of the ocean, so I don't want to really make him feel uncomfortable unless we
A
absolutely.
very brief thought bubble comes up that goes, I specifically said I would consider helping. I did not say it was definite. And then it disappears again.
I think it's funnier this way, but yes.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for someone to help Roquefort, you could also just try Archfey in the Feywilds. Granted, getting involved in Feywild politics is the last thing I'd ever recommend, but
Exactly. I don't want to. I don't do politics. I my mom was the one who did politics. I'll eventually have to learn eventually, but at the same time, I don't want to make a deal with an archfey right now, and I rather say again, Roquefort has say don't know why that say the Raven Queen sought out Roquefort, but I say it's the closest thing.
not dear. I didn't say you had to make a deal. I just said that seeking them out might be easier.
Yeah, but the Feywild also has that timey wimey shit where like time.
Language.
You know what I mean. But I feel like I have a better chance in fighting the Raven Queen than possibly dealing with the Feywild. But we'll see.
All right. I'm terribly sorry I don't have any recollection of anything that could help.
It was a long
I.
it was a long
It,
shot, but I at least wanted to make sure.
hmm,
We're gonna be at say I'm gonna be at the Toontown Great as a cemetery as a tonight.
the cemetery? Why would you want to go there? There's no good eating there.
I heard. I found a clue that she may be more willing to show herself in a place like that.
Oh, that would make sense. I forgot for a moment I forgot about the other purposes of graveyards aside from just. I'm terribly sorry, dear.
Mad Lad, opens his mouth and closes it, and then realizes the implications. And it's like, yeah, yeah, there are other implications, but yes.
Because as much as Blanca still wants to try and talk like herself, still bug.
Mm-hmm.
Still bug. I do wish you the best of luck, and if you do happen to see anything disturbing, don't be afraid to run home and call for help, alright?
Yes, I know. I will.
Stay safe, dear.
I will. How are the other two like acting since, well, the necklace is gone?
Oh, them? Oh, they've been right as rain. They've immediately started talking a lot more openly on the matter. Found out some fascinating things about that dragon companion and the cookie.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was just cur- I was just curious, but I'll meet with them.
It's a lot more relaxed without the hags overseeing everything. But you can never be too careful.
No, I agree with that shadow. With that one shadow that I caught. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Hmm. I don't think they'll try something so brazen again. Not that it was very brazen of them in the first place, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I at least want to tell you where I am just in case something happened.
Of course, of course. Just you have a safe time, and remember, don't look over your shoulder before you leave. You might bring something home with you.
Mm, I will keep that in mind.
And Blanca just knowing that the conversation has reached its course is just gonna give you just the littlest little pat with a leaf, and then it's just gonna scamper back over. Because the other Diddy have been watching the movie, though the Charazushi and Simona have been kind of side-eyeing you a little.
Yeah. And Mad Lad takes a deep breath and releases it. Well, Alexander, we got our heading. And basically, Mad Lad is just gonna fiddle around and just wait until more around dusk to then travel back to Toontown and head straight towards the cemetery.
All right. Since that would take some hours, roll me 3 more d20, please.
All right.
For the weather.
All right. Okay. First one
I
is
said,
8. Second one is 8. So 8, 8, and. Okay, we got 3 8s. 8's our number tonight.
8, 8, and 8 means the weather is crisp, clear, calm, and perfect. The moon is bright in the sky tonight. Let me look up what phase it'll be today.
Do you want me to roll for that, or are you looking it up?
No, I'm looking it up.
Fair.
Sniffle, sniffle.
Gosh, it'd be a new moon. That'd be absolutely perfect.
But don't count your chickens before you hatch.
I just think it'd be the most hilarious and most fitting. I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's the new moon.
If it's the new moon, I'll give you advantage.
Hee
Or
hee.
I might say it might automatically succeed. We'll see.
Oh, hey Roxas, you woken up, baby? You look so adorable. Aw.
Give Roxas a wee kiss for me.
Yeah, little scritchies. Yeah, good boy. Oh,
Today is waxing gibbous at 99% illumination. Tomorrow is actually the full moon.
huh, neat.
So it's the very last of the moon shadow leaving the moon before the full moon tomorrow. So it's very bright and clear, and you can actually see where you're going, which is both a benefit and a bit of a doubt, because
Mhm.
you're not entirely certain if it's dark enough. It is nightfall, but you're not entirely certain how dark it needs to be for you to commune with the Raven Queen.
Mhm.
Still, it adds a beautiful, gloomy, and altogether eerie atmosphere to Toontown Cemetery, full of headstones and statues, the more expensive crypts at the sides.
Yeah, and when they're all alone and it's completely nighttime out with stars and the moon and everything, Alexander does appear like halfway through. Like one side of his is a face and hands. It has his is a one bright red is a bright red eye with veins. You can red veins that you can see, and Alexander's like, I say, well, we're here, and well, it's not a new moon, it's almost full, but at the same time, we're also looking for ravens, so maybe this will also give us a better chance at searching for those. Hopefully, my presence may also proc it. I'm supposed. And Mad Lad's like, yeah, you are technically supposed to be dead. Look, I don't like showing or talking about it either, but if it'll give you a chance to see her, maybe it will help. Well, I appreciate this. You know, we've gotten to be a lot better working together, say, lately. Well, sort of helps that Carmenia has helped us out with that. Yeah, but I do hope we can find a way to at least maybe get your own body or something. You say, you say, despite everything that has happened, you also deserve to be a kid. Or, teenager. Yeah, I kinda would like that eventually. But for right now, let me try to sniff some things out. Being trained as a blood hunter does have its perks. And what would say Alexander rule to try to at least start looking for the ravens? Mike?
Y- yes, I'm here. You
What
said you were
would
going to roll.
Oh, I was gonna ask you, what should I roll?
Perception or investigation?
Alright.
Also, good gravy. I didn't realize I would be missing the heat so much. It's actually fucking freezing in here.
I know,
I
it's
might
been.
put out.
I know, like you said, winter has been trying to crip us. Like, you can definitely tell spring is kind of here, but it's still March, so it's the
No,
wind.
no, it's not. It's not that. The house's heating is dead.
Oof. Yeah, that's. I
Like
hate.
it's perfect. It's perfectly fine outside. It's like 54. That's not the worst it could be. And my room is icy.
Oof. Yeah,
I
be
put on.
careful
I
with
put on
that.
socks. I put on socks.
Yeah, be careful with that. But you know, that's not bad of a roll because of modifiers, so that's gonna be 18.
Now, in real kind graveyards, it would be a bit more difficult to try and gamble on trying to find ravens. This is a toon cemetery. They're almost always here. They're
Yeah.
usually just perched around either in the trees or on certain statues, just kind of watching the scene ominously.
Mm hmm.
Sometimes they tend to look spooky with red eyes. Other times they just look normal with just a dark silhouette and white, toony looking eyes.
Mm hmm. Well, we definitely found the ravens. Yeah, this is sort of the vibe that they usually go for, especially in tomb graves. I'm not even sure if we should be. Well, again, this is better than nothing. As they both look at the ravens, she is supposedly a shy goddess, but I let's just sit underneath the tree for a while and maybe see what happens. If nothing if nothing happens, maybe we can walk around and see whatever and say maybe get some luck there. Mad Lad nods. Yeah, I don't. Again, I don't. We never search out gods. They usually come to us too, whether it be an adventure or they just want to peck with us. Yeah, that chaos is definitely something to say the least. Out of all the years that, at least the year that we've been here, he has been the most friendliest god I have ever met. Though granted, I have not met many gods, but neither have you. Yeah, it's awkward, but at the same time, sort of the norm here. Like gods are like visit tunes all the time. That's sort of weird. Well, compared to what I've experienced growing up. Yeah, but maybe maybe some slight meditation will help. Meditation? What will meditation do? Well, it'll keep us quiet and maybe we'll hear something while we're meditating. Eh, you know more about God stuff than me. So fine, let's meditate. And Madla's just gonna sit down underneath the tree where the ravens are and sort of just cross his legs, take a deep breath, and sort of get into a sort of a meditation sort of pose and just close his eyes and deeply breathes in and out.
Roll me animal handling first because you are directly approaching the raven tree to sit under it.
Alrighty, will do. Ooh, yes. Let's see, that will be a. Yeah. That will be a 21.
Miraculously, outright approaching the raven tree does not immediately scare the ravens off. You sit under it, crisscross applesauce, you know, as is traditional.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not a warm evening. It's very cold. It's a little difficult to meditate in the cold, but that doesn't mean you can't. Just means you need a way to keep yourself warm so you don't catch a cold. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Madlad will probably like in his hand like cup his hands and do produce flame to keep himself warm.
Oh yeah, that'll do it. However, with produce flame, I would like you to roll me a D100 at advantage, not disadvantage. So you're taking the higher number.
We'll see what happens. You say you don't know this about me, but I have a terrible track record with the hundreds. It's the butt of many jokes within my friend group. So we'll see how it is, because I am notorious for lowing roll.
Well, you need a low roll. Advantage here is a bad thing, not a good thing.
Ah, I see. So I'm actually playing to my strength. So that's a 44 for the first one, and that's gonna be a 31 for the second one. So
on a 44, nothing happens yet. You're staying warm, very well lit by the produced flame in your hands. Nothing. Oh, wait, you're making light. Maybe that's an issue.
Mad Lad does think of that, and Alexander's like, "Look, if we have to, I can activate my right to keep us warm. But say we are producing light." And Mad Lad,
above board, you could also just search your hammer space for a blanket.
true. And Mad Lad's like, "Yeah, also blanket." And Alexander shrugs. Fair enough. As Mad Lad turns off the produced flame.
You turn it off. Now roll hammer space if you decide to go for the blanket or go for some other method to keep yourself warm.
Yeah, Mad Lad's gonna probably roll for hammer space, which he succeeds in, and pulls out a blanket and wraps it around himself.
And you are now nice and cozy. You can go back to meditating. This
And
time when you roll a D100, it is just a straight roll.
all
So
right.
you're hoping for a low number,
Uh,
preferably at your level or lower.
fair enough. Come on. Let my bad luck actually do something for once. Actually, yes, that is a 9.
Funny how things work.
Yes.
So, how do you prepare the meditation? Are you just meditating? Have you made any offerings in the slightest? What have you done?
Uh, Matt Lad will say probably will. He's not very sure how. He knows that crows usually eat anything, so he probably takes out some of his rations to put in front of him as sort of an offering to at least the crows, and say as he meditates.
You sit there in the silence for a while. And normally, finding peace in a cemetery like this is invitation for ill omens and bad things to happen. Spirits, ghosts, and ghoulies abound. But for a while, all you hear is the sound of your own breathing and the howl of the wind. Your face is still cold, but your body is warm. For a while, this is how it stays. You hear a quiet rustle, a ruffle of feathers. Something flaps. Then there's the quiet rustle of grass and the sounds of pecking. Do you
Mad,
peek?
yeah, Mad Lad opens one eye.
One of the ravens appears to have come down and is very, very warily inspecting your wares. Just looking over the rations, kind of using the beak to sort through what does and doesn't look good.
Mad Lad stays quiet as he just watches this.
Now, this raven just winds up taking some fries and then flies back off. This one doesn't stay. For a moment, you almost think, ah, is that it? And kind of just let your eyes drift shut for a moment again.
Mm-hmm.
You then hear another series of flaps. For a while, you kind of have to listen to see when the flapping stops because the ravens are slowly realizing you're going to sit still and you're not a threat.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of hear some of them picking at the food and you're just kind of waiting. And then eventually the sounds stop. You hear one last flutter of wings and no more pecking, no more squabbling, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you open your eyes?
He opens one of them at first to see what's going on.
A single raven sits in front of you, staring directly at you with beady, pupilless little eyes.
Upon seeing this raven looking at him, he opens his other eye.
It's not taking the rations, it's just standing in front of them, but it's staring directly at you.
If Mad Lad and Alexander had two separate bodies, they basically be looking at each other, like giving each other the side eye. But they sort of feel like, yes, this is the vibe that we're going for, and Mad Lad is like, hello? He says this quietly.
Hello?
Hello. What's your name?
The raven says nothing. What's your name?
My name, who is currently speaking, is Mad Lad.
What's your name?
Alexander, say, sighs. And the one who is speaking now is called Alexander.
The raven stays quiet, but it doesn't ask about your name again. You can no longer hear the wind.
Mad Lad is the one that speaks up after a moment or two. Do you know the Raven Queen?
The head tilts. Recognition, but no speech.
We would like to talk to her if she's available.
It tilts its head, sort of eyes you up, thinks it over. It then perks up as if it's heard something, turns, and after opening its slightly bigger wings than you expect, it gets up and takes flight and starts flying in a different direction.
Again, if they were in two different bodies, Mad Lad and Alexander would be giving each other the side eye. But they feel like they mentally know this and they get up with their blanket wrapped around them still and start following the Raven.
And you watch as this raven flies directly into an open crypt and disappears.
Told you there. Say, we would meet in an open crypt. And Alexander rolls his eyes. And he's like, yeah, let's just go in. As they walk inside.
As you head down the stairs, this is a crypt for, well, you don't know for who. You're not really familiar with the folks in Toontown. You're not sure if it's a big wig or not. You don't really pay attention to names.
Yeah,
But it's
there's.
very dark. It's very dusty. And it doesn't look like there's been any visitors. No flowers.
Yeah, Mad Lad say Mad Lad. There's tons of people in Toontown. He doesn't know half the people there. Unless they are really a big name, but at the same time, if they are really a big name, they probably wouldn't have a crypt in Toontown. They probably have their own sort of cemetery or something.
As you get into the center of the crypt, you come into a chamber. This is where the sarcophagus is. It's a 20 by 20-foot space. The sarcophagus is in the middle. There are various carvings and just enclaves in the wall, just these little nooks and crannies where various little statues sit. Respect for the dead. And at the very back is a door that you would assume leads to another part of the crypt, but it is completely pitch black. The raven is perched on the sarcophagus, and only when you come in does it get up and fly through the door. Or doorway, rather.
Alexander sigh. Alexander and Mad Lad both sigh, and almost in unison they say, "Shadowfell." And even though they're not the biggest fans of it, they still decide to silently cross the threshold of this doorway into the shadows.
Everything goes dark. Congratulations! You've gotten past the first part of the FPS. You successfully established contact. Welcome to the second half where we need all the trigger warnings. Have fun.
Yeah.
Let me pull up my book on the Shadowfell. 'Cause, buddy, everything is dark. It doesn't matter if you have dark vision or not. You can't see. Doesn't matter if you have magic dark vision or not. You can't see.
Mm-hmm.
All you can do is try and follow the sound of flapping wings. Because that's
Mm-hmm.
the only thing that guides you. And eventually, you're stepping out into the other side of a crypt. Or is it back the way you came? You can't tell. It looks the same.
Huh. Have any thoughts on this, Alexander? You know a bit more about the Shadowfell than I do. Alexander is silent for a moment, but he's like, "We could be in the Shadowfell. say what we could have walked through is a portal, and both sides are the same. But we don't really know until we walk outside and see what's around us.
Roll an
Well,
Arcana check for Alexander, please.
will do.
Because close. No cigar, but close. Jesus fucking Christ, I might have to turn on the heating in here.
He. All right, that is gonna be a dirty 20.
Not a portal, a shadow crossing. To quote from the Dungeon Master's Guide, which for listeners, that's the book we're referencing. Oh, hi, Sassy, I'm sorry. Kiss, kiss? Yeah, sorry. Similar to Fey crossings, shadow crossings are locations where the veil between the material plane and the shadowfell is so thin that creatures can walk from one plane to the other. A blot of shadow in the corner of a dusty crypt might be a shadow crossing, as might an open grave. Shadow crossings form in gloomy places where spirits or the stench of death lingers, such as battlefields, graveyards, and tombs. They manifest only in darkness, closing as soon as they feel light's kiss.
Well,
Technically, this would be considered a crossing similar to the Feywild.
though,
However,
no.
you get the feeling that this crossing only appeared and will disappear with a touch of light. So,
Though I think this is more of a shadow crossing than possibly anything. But we need to get moving. Any light touching it will make it disappear, so we need to depending on how the crypt is oriented, say sun creeping in from dawn may close us in, so let's keep moving. As they then start walking out of this mirrored crypt.
you start heading back up the stairs. And when you leave, it looks similar. It looks like Toontown Cemetery in complete black and white. There's no color in sight. It's just grays, lighter grays, darker grays, shadows, and the white of stone. It's also, you note, incredibly dark out here, and your dark vision does work now. But when you try to look up to see if you had that light source, the sky is an empty black void. There are no stars. There is no light.
Yeah, we're definitely in the Shadowfell. It's different from what I've heard of it, but we crossed from a place that was made for toons. Hence why it probably looks this way.
It is a place of darkness that hates the light, where the sky is a black void with neither sun nor stars, to quote the book.
Oh yeah, but he's more commenting on what the like. He knows the sky is on point, but the grave site is different because than it was in Toontown. So he's
The
commenting.
Shadowfell,
Yeah,
also called the Plane of Shadow, is a dimension of black, gray, and white where most other color has been leached from everything. So if it's not fully black and white, it's very heavily desaturated.
yeah, which is fair. And Alexander, Mad Lad, look around and see what else is up. Try to find that raven again.
As you look around the cemetery, the first thing you note is that the statues all look different. They have looks of grief, sorrow, and judgment. Some recoiling with fear, others looking down upon you with judgment or with rage. Perched on top, a hooded, faceless statue, which may or may not be representing death, is the raven, with the same eyes you were looking for.
Yeah, Mad Lad and Alexander say they walk up to this particular statue that the raven is perched upon.
As soon as you walk up, the raven takes flight again. The hunt is on.
All right, let's keep following them until something else happens. As Mad Lad races off to follow the raven.
Now, first thing, would you like to make me a survival check?
Of course. I'm getting over 10. So roll 12 plus 9. 21.
Yeah, I was gonna say with that modifier, you'd have to roll a nat 1 to fail anything.
Yeah.
So, as you move through, you can see all the differences where this isn't a perfect mirror. But then again, the Feywild isn't a perfect mirror either. In the Feywilds, most things are mirrored, but they're mirrored in a more otherworldly, positive way. In a whimsical fashion where everything is distorted to inspire awe, wonder, and reverence. In the Shadowfell, everything is twisted to look scarier, darker, and less welcoming. Trees don't have any leaves to them whatsoever, and similar to Snow White, all their faces and all their branches are always reaching toward people, scaring them away. Animals here look relatively unpleasant, and you get the very strong feeling you would like to avoid them at any cost.
Yeah, Mad. Both of them already get that vibe, and yeah, they're gonna avoid them at any cost.
Would you like to roll me a stealth check, please?
Ooh, yes. Mad Lad would love to roll a stealth check. And does he have the spell yet? Yes!
That's
Bless you.
I didn't even sneeze yet. I was hoping I could trick myself into sneezing because my nose wants to sneeze.
And to make sure he doesn't get noticed by all this creepy stuff, he is going to cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay.
Because he's like, I don't want these trees seeing me. I rather just
Oh, you're not being seen by the trees.
Ah, okay, I misjudged that. Never mind. I thought that's what it was saying. But he will just roll a normal stealth check then. Alright. Not the best, but not the worst. Make sure I got that modifier right. Yes. 14.
14. Give me a second. Okay. So to start with, we're just going to go through different perception checks and see if you can sneak by different creatures. So, give me just a moment.
Alright.
Give me just a minute. Okay, so first and foremost, let's see. -2 to perception.
Alright.
And not you, me rolling.
Okay.
You pass by some undead, which is good. You know this to be a place where undeath and those that are drawn to gloom and shadow tend to congregate and live. So, the zombies are the easiest thing to sneak by.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, I get to roll for something else.
Mm-hmm. And Mad Lad can feel himself shiver, but he knows it's not him per se, but is more of Alexander as he as they quickly sneak past the zombies, still trying to catch up with the Raven.
The Raven is still ahead of you.
Which is good. That's all they need, but Alexander does feel a bit uncomfortable here.
You have 2 more survival checks to make, so 2 more encounters to bypass.
Alright.
Next survival check. You just gotta beat a 10.
Alright. I say I'll roll. I say the first one does beat a 10 with a 8 plus 9.
And we're not rolling the third one yet.
Alright, cool.
Now we're gonna roll perception for something else. You keep track of the Raven as you're heading through. You're not really keeping track of where you're going. You just have to stay focused.
Mm-hmm.
What is your stealth?
My stealth is a plus 9.
No, what you rolled.
Oh. What I just rolled was a...
Your stealth roll.
Yes. Alright, 1 second. Let me roll. Alright, that's going to be a nat 20.
You don't even notice the shadows as you move through. And you continue heading onward, deeper in. You see will-o-wisps that try to lead you further in, but you don't fall for them. You have your focus. Zombies and dogs, skeletons and spirits, shadows dancing on the walls, mountains with miserable faces. Oh, Sassy wants out. One moment. You could have just said something here. You didn't have to just sit there and wait. Go on. Good girls, get on. Fluffy little moon. Oh, let me stretch. Okay. And I'll take my Allegra to 3:30. Okay. Give me a moment.
Alright.
And you need to make 1 more survival check.
Alright. Okay. $23.
Cool. Okay. So give me just a moment. What level is Mad Lad?
He's currently at EGAD level, but he did get the extra level up because of the dragon game, so he's technically level 8.
Cool. Could you roll me a D100?
Okay. Alright. That's gonna be a 32.
Okay, give me a minute. Could you roll that again?
Alright. That's gonna be a 65.
to give it one last shot, otherwise I'm just going to pick something because these are not fitting. They don't really have a Shadowfell encounter table, so I've tried to roll up what would be encountered in the fell. Give me a minute.
That's fair.
Okay. So we're going to get a 1d20 plus 1. As the last thing you pass by just appears to be a guy from a distance. It just looks like a lost spirit, just kind of trying to find his way around. He still even has a map and everything he's holding up, but you can't read it.
Fair.
However, with your net 20 on stealth, even though he comes close to trying to find you as he's looking around,
Mm-hmm.
and he even sees the raven fly overhead, he watches the raven, and you just sneak past him, tiptoe, tiptoe.
Yep.
And when he turns to where you just were, you're gone. And you take the chance to dart on ahead.
Yep.
Give me just a moment. Now, have you been paying any attention to your surroundings, or have you just been focusing on
He's been
following?
Mad Lad with his survival would be one part making sure he can keep track of the raven, but also making sure that he knows his way back through the Shadowfell to that portal.
You've been trying to keep your eyes out, keep track of where you're going. You kind of lose track of your surroundings. And for a moment, you almost think you lose track of the raven. As when you look forward, you've lost sight of the raven. Roll me a perception check, please.
Alright. Alright, that's going to be. Can I read the dice? Yes, I can. So that is going to be a 17.
It takes you a moment. You almost think the ravens left you alone, which is bad.
Mm-hmm.
But then you realize you're kind of on a very rugged path. Jagged stones like teeth and ribs stick up from out of the ground, almost corralling you onto this one way. It's still mostly desaturated, but you can get the slight hint of green in the mist.
Mm-hmm.
And when you try to look up, a place that previously was mostly unclear to you reveals itself against the black void of the sky. Honestly, if it wasn't for the mist at its base, it would blend in so well to the sky, to that dark void, you would have missed it. But you see a towering fortress at the top of a mountain,
Alexander.
looking down on all else. And in the very, very distance, you see the tiny shape of a raven flying up there. Allow me to post the official photo of the Fortress of Memories in the audience chat.
Oh, yeah, and Alexander is going to whisper to the both of them, Fortress of Memories. Fortress of Memories? This is where the Raven Queen, makes her home, in a matter of speaking. As they continue to follow the path, and they follow the path up to the fortress.
I need you to make me an athletics check for the climb, because this is not a smooth adventurer's climb.
No, yeah, and I would not expect it to be a smooth adventurer's climb. What does that say? Yes. Alright, that's going to be a good athletics with a dirty 20.
That's good, because 20 was what you needed to pass.
Yeah.
You thankfully have the tools on hand. You've climbed mountains before. This one actively looks like it wants your downfall, but you think that's just the gloomy shape of it. You don't think that it's actively wanting you dead. It's just naturally shaped to look unfriendly and uninviting, as the Shadowfell is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in your travels, I need you to make me one single saving throw.
All right.
A wisdom save.
That tracks. That very
Just
much tracks.
one wisdom save.
Yeah, that tracks. All right, give me 1 second. Da, 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 da. All right, all right, all right. So that's gonna be a. Nope, that's the wrong chat. 18?
You succeed. It's sort of disturbing to the head to try and climb this mountain because initially, the way the raven was taking you, it looked similar to a path you could have taken in the material plane. Through an unfriendly cemetery, winding forests that reach and grab and watch, though you're not sure if it's real or not. Mountains in the distance that look like they could pierce through and rip the heavens open, where, the mountain range in Inkwell is. No clouds, no light. Just a black canvas where all this has been painted. And you almost try not to think about the fact it's painted. It's not real kind like you expected. But you can't tell if it's your perception of the place or if this is actually how it looks. It's very uncanny. And above board, it's uncanny because it's painted in the Wizards of the Coast style. So that's kind of meant to be the uncanny part is you can't tell because, in our standard, that's a fictional paint. In
Yeah.
Toon standards, it might not be.
Exactly. Hee hee.
It takes a lot of energy and a lot of effort, and you're glad you had some food beforehand, let's be honest. Eventually, you at least climb up enough of the mountain where you could try and walk up to the fortress. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy.
Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna keep going though. He's gonna try to stay on the path and follow the raven. But gosh, it's a very hard climb.
It is indeed. The way up to the Fortress of Memories is an unforgiving thing. The rocks try to cut your hand at every interval. Spirits roam, but they don't necessarily linger. You think they tend to come to and fro from this fortress itself, but you're almost not sure if you're even seeing them or if they disappear, if they're an illusion of the imagination. Because as soon as you get close to what you think is somebody you can talk to, they disappear. Thankfully, with your wisdom save, you do not give in to the despair of the Shadowfell, and you do not take on an effect. Eventually, your approach would appear to be the tallest iron doors you have ever seen in your life. And at first, as you're looking up at it, it is harrowing to think of how you, a wee little boy, could open a door that is several feet tall, that is carved to look sharp and menacing, and then you look forward, and there is a much smaller door in this much bigger door that is still equally sharp and pointy looking, but is closer to your height than you could reach if you just stood on your tippy toes and try.
Mad Lad goes to open the door, but Alexander makes him stop and up. It's rude to just walk into a place. You knock. As Alexander takes control for a second and knocks on the door pretty heartily, mainly because even though this is a smaller door and cut out from a larger door, he still wants to make sure that it can ring out and people can hear.
So you take the knocker, because there is a knocker you can use, and even you do it pretty heartily. You don't try to do it too hard, but in spite of that, it bangs out in resonance anyway.
Yeah.
Almost to the point that it makes you jump, and you're the one that knocked. But you finish knocking, and you wait. And you wait. And you wait. And you wait. And then there's a creak. When your back has been turned to it, the smaller door creaks open with a slow, long noise, which gets the attention of a lot of other things in a nearby vicinity. But it
See?
creaks open for you, and when you look back at what could have gotten its attention, they've disappeared. Huh.
Yeah, and Alexander's like, see? See? The door opens for us. It's good not to be rude. Yeah, yeah. Let's go in. As they walk inside.
As you walk inside, the first thing you note is again mostly how tall this place is. You actually, because of the lack of appropriate light, you cannot see the ceiling to these halls and rooms. You can
Mm-hmm.
see these hand-carved pillars jutting upward into the void. You don't see where they stop. You can see, just vaguely, you almost can't tell if maybe you could see part of a night sky or not, or if that's just more of the void. There has to be carvings on the ceiling, but you can't catch them at your height.
Mm-hmm.
Everything towers, making you feel smaller than even you normally do. And it just goes on for several minutes. It's this long, winding foyer, these tall hallways that seem to lead nowhere but to more doors or more stairs. Could you roll me investigation to see if you can find your way?
Yes. Yes, he will. You know it would happen eventually. He is lost as fuck.
What number did you get?
That will be a 9.
You're more or less absorbed by your atmosphere. So you wind up looking around. Every carving on the walls, along the windows, which again have no light, so you think they're just there for display. Even the windows themselves are all made with these different displays of creatures, people, animals. They're not suffering like you would maybe find art styles in hell, but you
Mm.
get this sense of loneliness and sorrow from everything you look at. All these stories, all these creatures, all these sculptures ended. Their names are no longer important. Their deeds are no longer remembered. There are creatures here that have long since gone extinct, but there is the memory of them still, handled in a stained glass window. And in spite of there being no light outside, at least in the stained glass windows, there seems to be something that comes through, but it
Mm-hmm.
only paints the hallways in various shades of green and blue. Normally, these would be very serene colors, very sweet, very peaceful. Here, it's the color of grief. I need you to make me one more wisdom save.
Alrighty. Alright. That's gonna be a 15.
You see a lot of terrible things here preserved. A lot of heartbreaking scenes. But it doesn't get you down. Please make me one more investigation check.
Yeah, and Alexander is like, I think you got us lost. Let me take a look. And he's gonna try. Alright, that's a lot better. And Alexander, because he's a smart Smarty Boy has a much bigger modifier than Mad Lad. And Alexander's gonna make this snide comment. It's just like, look, you're good at survival. I'm good at investigation. And Matt's like, I'm good at investigation too, the nature kind. This sort of this sort of investigation is in within my wheelhouse.
Would you tell me what number you got?
22. Sorry.
It's okay. Give me a moment. I'm going to turn on the heater. I keep getting chills.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Ooh. Of course, it's going to smell. But then again, I did turn the heater on at least in the past couple months, so it's not going to be the complete burn smell that it gets if it's been off too long.
Yeah.
Oh, let me stretch. Eventually, you kind of realize there is something you can follow. It's ravens. Flying to and fro. And eventually, you see in particular one raven that appears to be perched on a sculpture. It's just sitting there. And as soon as it sees you, it gives out a caw and then takes flight up a set of stairs.
And Alexander's like, let me take the lead on this one as he follows this raven.
Oh, yeah, no, it does have the burn smell. I'm just going to have to cope with that from the heater. That's unfortunate. Yeah. So, oh, excuse me. You follow the raven up. This time you focus purely on the raven and not on sculptures, not on windows, not even on beautiful glass statues or crystal balls or anything. And eventually you start hearing a humming. Humming? Wait a minute, you thought the Shadowfell was supposed to be gloomy. And you follow the humming as it kind of grows from a distant echo to a proper voice. And you find something you don't expect. A living room with various plush chairs, sofas, and lounges all set about. Now, the patterns of them all are incredibly gothic, but this place is, you know, maximalism where every little thing has to take up space? And it's
Yes.
all a lot of patterns and beautiful little antiques on the walls. This is maximalism in Shadowfell flavor.
Ooh, interesting. Very
Lots
nice.
of vulture culture bits, lots of bugs and bones and paintings and sculptures and
Mm-hmm.
portraits. The walls are top to bottom filled.
Nice.
There also appears to be a very, very old-fashioned Gothic tea set that someone appears to be setting up tea with, filling up 2 glasses.
Yeah, and they're gonna walk in probably slowly and sort of like look towards the raven, not wanting to spook this lady, guaranteeing this person they're looking for, waiting for like a call of the raven to like announce their presence or something, trying to be polite.
But the raven doesn't make any calls. The raven kind of just politely flutters to sit on this beautiful glass coffee table. Mm? Oh, thank you, dearie. And she reaches over, pats the raven on the head, and turns back. Now she is clad in complete all black clothing to the point that because, again, of selective light sources, you can't really see the details and patterns, but you have to know it's intricate.
Of course.
And she kind of looks like an old woman.
Fair.
She kind of looks like an old woman in the Munster fashion or Addams Family fashion.
Yes. The
But
proper type of fashion.
she doesn't really look like the description of the Raven Queen, because the Raven Queen is all concealed and dark with a white mask. This is just an old woman in goth.
Either way, Alexander gonna keep in control for like a few more seconds as he does a more regal bow fitting to a noble stature, and he's like, "Greetings. My name is Alexander, and the second voice you'll hear, his name is Mad Lad. We follow the Raven to hopefully meet with the Raven Queen. Are we speaking to her?"
She tilts her head for a moment. And it's when she opens her eyes that you realize, she has the same dark, beady little simple dot eyes as the Raven does. Ah. You would be, though there's no need for such formalities. Up. Over here. I've got some tea set up. You must be freezing, dears.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. As you can see, there was like a tiny fight between the two of them for control. As they kind of take like Alexander wants to walk, Mad Lad wants to like trot slash run. So they're trying to meet at the middle, trying not to rush over there, but still looking formal.
And I assume you take a seat on the sofa?
Yes.
It is shockingly comfortable. It's as comfortable as the grave. You kind of feel like if you sat on here, you never want to get up again.
That's not an uncomfortable feeling to feel. They're just gonna put that away for the moment.
And as you kind of look around, you realize this place is decorated like it's just a very darkly lit, almost funeral home type sense, rather than some sort of grand fortress. Like, this is just a waiting room rather than a living room. It's really nice, actually.
Nice.
And she moves over, and in spite of her elderly stature, her movement is very smooth and elegant. She then takes a seat after picking up her tea and teacup. She's going to take a sip and then wait for you to take a sip.
Yeah, and Alexander is trying to take control of the moment because he was been grown up with nobility and know how to act in front of important people. So he basically picks up the cup and waits for her to take the first sip before him taking his sip, as you sort of do when it's customary.
Alexander, you recognize the taste of this tea, actually. It tastes like your mother's tea.
He does. Yeah, she doesn't need an insight. There is definitely a frozen look on his face as recognition, and it sort of just stiffens his entire body.
Barky dogs. What a barky. Good grief.
Yeah, and then he says slowly, "This tastes delicious."
Thank you. And what does Mad Lad think of it? Mad Lad, it tastes familiar to you too. It tastes like your mother's tea as well. Which is odd. You're both tasting this at the same time. Why is it familiar to both of you?
Yeah, this tastes like my mom's tea, or whenever she makes it.
Hmm. Well, I hope I did a good job replicating it. It'd be a terrible shame if I tried to make tea for you too and it didn't taste like home.
It, yes, it does very much taste like home. Pardon for my stiffness. I just didn't think I would ever have this again.
Well, that's just the way life works, isn't it? You never know what you're going to run into next.
Indeed. But yes, you did an amazing job on replicating it for both of us, it seems.
She nods and then continues drinking. She takes these very dainty little sips.
And is a Alexander again trying to fight for control of Mad Lad just slightly as there is a he's trying to act like his noble ability, trying to show off his skills like with diplomacy. Is that Mad Lad just wants to have all the tea, so he's trying to like so they're trying not. He's trying to be regal. He's trying to just sip the tea down, and
Mm-hmm.
it's sort of a little funny gag in a way.
Mm-hmm. Now, this isn't really the place for children, but you must have some reason for wanting to see me. So,
Yes,
explain.
yeah, and they cleared their throat, and Matt say, "I need to make a throw." Say a wisdom throw between the two of them and see who wins.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, this is perfect. Mad Lad won, and as Alexander like tries to take controls and like he's beginning to open his mouth and sound regal, Mad Lad's like, "We need your help." Say we need your help. And you can hear Alexander sigh as he then takes control for like a brief second to pinch the bridge of his nose. Mad Lad, you do not address someone of this caliber like that. But it's true, we need her help. Yes, we do, but we don't be brazen like that. Well, it's too late for now. Um, basically, we need your help. There's this flat. Where do we begin? I have a friend slash mentor named Roguefort. We think you've met them before.
Ah, you're here to get Roguefort's memory back, then I would assume.
Alexander pushes down Mad Lad. And I can almost see them like in their head, just like there's like one seat where he's in control, and Alexander just pushes Mad Lad off, trying not to make more of a fool of themselves than they actually are. He's like, "That's indeed correct."
I
We
see.
Yes, we were hoping that we could ask your assistance with that.
I love that Alexander agreed on the memory thing, but you're here for the flower.
Yeah.
I expected this much. I'd assumed once you had gotten here, it would not be but one thing you came for. Once you learned of the other, you wouldn't want to leave without it. Of
Yes.
course, you understand. I treasure my collection very dearly. It is very difficult to get me to part with it for any reason. And a memory of heartbreak from a sugar-plum fairy. Now that's a rarity.
Yes. We can understand that. But the memory is something we would eventually maybe want, but if it we rest assure you, this is not exactly the reason we wish wish to come to you. See, we we know of a way to break the hag's control upon Roguefort. The flower. Mikey, what's the flower's name? I forget that off the top of my head.
Moly.
Moly. Thank you. The flower of Moly that is grown on Circe's island can break the enchantment. However, as you most likely know, the flower is very particular. A mortal hand cannot lay upon it, otherwise they will be dead. So we
I'm
need
aware.
so we wish for some divine help.
I see. So you are not here for Roguefort's memory, then?
Currently, no. Even though I have suspected as much, we are here for your help for the flower, not so the memory. I'm pretty sure Roguefort would most likely like it back within time, but this is not the matter or time that we wish it back yet. Though, in terms of memory, maybe he does not even want to remember. But that is not my place to say.
You're right. It's not. Mad lad,
Yeah?
would you like to get Roguefort's memory back?
That lad is again, you can see there's a visual gag in my head that Alexander is glaring at Mad Lad as Mad Lad is just like vibrating, wanting to say yes. And before Alexander can push him out of the chair again, he says, "Yes, I would like his memory back. I think he would like that." And Alexander's like, "Ugh, again, not our place, Mad Lad. We can,
No, but I expected as much. I knew as soon as you found out about what had been given, you would not be satisfied leaving with one assistant. And
half
that's all right.
Alexander mutters under his breath, half. I say half. And he's just like he's fine with having half of the things they want because technically this mission is specifically for one thing, and though Mad Lad he's trying to keep Mad Lad's want to say what's the word for it, but anyways, like emotions out of it. But again, we even though Mad Lad would like both, I know that as someone who collects these things that again you said it's very precious.
You don't need to limit yourself, dear. You're allowed to ask for both. You also don't need to fight each other so much. You agreed as to why you're here. If circumstances change, you don't need to fight over them, do you?
I'm if I can answer honestly, I'm afraid for if in the action of asking for both we may end up with nothing.
Oh, no, that's not going to be true at all, dear. But thank you for your honesty. I suppose I should tell you what happened when last the young sugar plum visited, shouldn't I?
I would say we are a bit curious. We even tried asking, some of Roguefort's dinner critters to see if maybe they even have an idea, but apparently
They won't.
yeah, they didn't.
When I took the memory from Roguefort, it took it away from them as well. They wouldn't have been able to hold on to it if they wanted to. And even if they did want to, they would have wanted to devour the memory so that Roguefort would forget anyway.
That's interesting to hear. Of course, we only know basically the surface level of those creatures. But please continue. We would be very enlightened. We'd like to be enlightened with what happened.
The young sugar plum came into my realm looking for ingredients, the nature of which I'll not bother disclosing. They don't matter now. However, these ingredients would have brought them very, very close to my fortress, and would also have taken something very precious from me. When initially this young sugarplum realized it, he didn't in truth want to retrieve it. He would have been content with leaving it there. But had he returned to the food court a failure, he would have been reprimanded.
It makes sense. And I understand why he wouldn't want to be here in the first place since, well, the Shadowfell and Feywild are opposites.
Well, sugar plums do not suffer here as much. They are fey of unfathomable and unstoppable optimism and positivity. To see one brought low enough to give up on himself is truly a terrible thing indeed. But he needed a memory of great tragedy and hopelessness, and only the most tragic and hopeless are stored with me. And so, in exchange for what it is that his mistress wanted, he had to give me his memory, that which broke his heart the most,
And
that which interconnected all other tragedies, and would only lead to further suffering if he should forget.
and what memory would that be?
It wouldn't hurt as much if I told you, now would it?
I suppose not. More curiosity's sake than anything.
I will not tell you what the memory entails, but I will tell you what it is. It is the crux, the inciting moment, the very beginning to every ache that follows. It is a memory that which, if it had never happened at all, perhaps Roguefort's life would have gone very differently.
I
But it
see.
had to happen anyway.
I
A
see.
tragedy that there was no foresight to prevent it.
I see.
Now, if you would like to retrieve this, you have two choices. Either you may try and retrieve it barehanded and witness the test of the memory to see if you would even be able to prove your worth of accepting it. Or you may exchange your most tragic memory to me, something of equal pain and suffering and significance. Something equally valuable to the memory of a sugar plum's first mistake.
We have our own tragedies to bear, but we're not very sure if we have one of such caliber. Well, maybe together, but it is one of those things, like you said, without our tragedies, and say, we would definitely be different people. Even though it hurts very much, I kind of want to keep that.
No, I understand. It seems you have misunderstood, however. If you were to forget that tragedy, it is not going to change who you are now. You only forget. It has already made its impact. It is only tragic in that if you had never experienced that memory, if it had never happened, you would not be who you are today. But it will not change who you are. That much I can tell you.
Mm, I see. Though, what would this trial include? Out of curiosity.
Nothing. You try to approach the memory. I don't tell you how the trial goes or how to solve it. It's up to you to figure out what it entails. If you
I
should fail, however, then you can make no other choices to get it back, unless you decide to sacrifice your own tragic memory in place of it. If you
Nice.
succeed, you get it with no cost.
Hmm. I see. Hmm. This is something. Let's see. Mad, say Mad Lad and Alexander are quiet for a moment. We are not say as they sort of deliberate with each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, look, whether tragedy that she's looking for or not, we don't have a guarantee that she will have an equal value. Most likely, not one of us equally together would be able to have those memories back. And yeah, it's just like none of us neither of us individually. I don't think we could. Maybe together, but that's not even a guarantee. Also, I sort of want to I sort of want to try the trial. And if that doesn't work, we will see if both of our tragic memories together will be comparable to that single one. I think I think that I think that will work. There's no guarantee of what will happen though. Yeah, we can't really prepare for it, but we weren't really even prepared for any of this waking up this morning, were we? Alexander chuckles slightly. I guess not. As they sort of like regain their posture and stuff. If it's okay with you, we would like to at least attempt the trial. And if we fail at that, we will both give up a memory to compensate for what say to compensate.
Could you repeat what you said? I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Basically, they wish to try the trials, and like they said, say and like she said before, if they can't do the if they can't complete the trials, they will give up their memories.
And she just looks at you with those same dark dot eyes. Is that your choice then?
That is both of our choices. We've decided this together.
Very well. If you would like to finish up your tea before we continue.
Of course. As they continue to sip their tea very politely.
Once you've finished off the cup, and once she's finished off hers, she quietly gets up and starts shuffling along. Her dark dress billows a little behind her in spite of the fact there is no wind. It might just be the way she moves. I assume you follow?
Oh yeah, they follow.
You head along, focusing on her, and the way her dress billows back, you almost wonder if you're just following the raven's tail feathers again. It seems to have a similar shape. But as you move, eventually, you come across, at first, what appears to be a completely innocuous, large display room. All these cases of glass, these frames with all different kinds of insects, creatures. Some have birds, some have little pixies or sprites, some have bugs. There's even a couple of frames that have imps pinned in. And you look around, there's all these different objects that are in these display cases. Very innocuous looking things compared to the things on the wall. There's a bird cage, a basketball, a book, a sweater, earmuffs, an engagement ring, a crown, any number of things, really. And as you head through, at first you'd almost be deceived into thinking if this was anybody else's room, you'd think it just looked like junk. Very eerily well preserved junk, but still junk.
Mm-hmm.
And then she walks over. And you see the display case shows what appears to be a broken violin. Something that appears to have been smashed in half, all its strings snapped or torn. And then she stops. She doesn't actually get up close to it. She just stops and then points you to it. There's your trial.
So, alright. Mad Lad looks at this violin and is just like. He then takes in a deep breath and releases it. As he then does something he doesn't really normally do. He he takes off his what looks to be at first headband, but it unfurls itself to be a bandana. A dark blue royal blue bandana with a embroidery of a silver embroidery. It looks like with a sapphire dragon head is a on it, and the word is a yeah. Need to find the picture so I can show you because I like this picture a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Da-da-da-da, come on. Let's get the file up, please. I have too many folders in here. That's the wrong folder. Da-da-da-da-da. And it has the words Madden of the Sapphire Dragon crew. The one last thing that, the only thing that he has left of his mother, and he holds it close to his chest, and then wraps it around his neck. Say to show so the embroider can be fully seen, say for everyone, and and Alexander asks him, "Are you ready?" And Mad Lad nods, "Yes," as he goes to pick up the violin.
You don't get to pick it up. You
That's
open up the glass case and it opens without any resistance. You're not sure if it was ever locked or not. It seems very innocuous, very innocent, really.
mm-hmm.
Like you're just touching a museum display, which
Mm-hmm.
normally you're not supposed to, you
No,
know.
you're not.
And then as you kind of reach up and you reach for it, you take hold of it. But before you can lift it up, because you try lifting it and it stays rooted to the spot,
Mm-hmm.
you watch as a series of colors blooms out from behind it, all over the walls, the furniture, the rest of the room, until you are transported somewhere else entirely. Somewhere we'll get back to after these messages because I need to take a very brief 5-minute break. It's break time, everybody.
Yeah. Let's say
We'll
break
be right
time. All right.
we'll be right back after these messages.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Bye. Hello, people. I am back. Just need to wait on Mikey. I hope you guys are enjoying the FPS. Say today. Unfortunately, I was gonna put in the memory fortress for the Shadowfell, but unfortunately, the image did not want to work for me. But you can easily find it. Say if you Google say the Raven Queen Shadowfell Fortress, just for your own sanity. I'm actually gonna be back in 1 second. I need to get something. All right, I am back again. Yay!
I'm back. Apparently the furnace kicked on, so I've turned the fan back on. I would like not to dry my throat out. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, do you have the recording paused or is it still going?
It's still going.
Okay, fair enough. I don't need to do a countdown then.
Yay!
Everything becomes watercolor. And then some of the watercolor is overridden with this low poly PlayStation Nintendo 64 look, but not all of it. That as well is also overridden. It kind of seems like there's a conflict of style for a moment.
That's fair.
Before you were just
I was just about to make the Kingdom Hearts joke.
Kingdom Hearts joke?
Oh, I was thinking it goes all watercolor, and I was like, Roguefort is connected to the ocean and the sea. So I was just thinking of the you don't walk away, and you hear me say please. That song with the ocean and everything. That little meme. Okay,
I mean, ironically, it does have to deal with the ocean.
fair. I just thought about that and it just made
It,
myself giggle.
it's good to get your giggles out of the way first, because you're gonna stop giggling here shortly.
Oh no, I know. That's why I'm making my jokes here now.
So it does turn completely watercolor. There's just an uncanny thing of kind of if you look toward the distant horizon behind you,
Mm-hmm.
you can see 3D shapes. But where you are, it's a watercolor storybook, which is very blue and very moody. Do you look around?
Yeah, we look around.
Give me just a moment. So you essentially arrive at you almost think there's a coast at first. But when you look back, that's just kind of the fade into it's just kind of the fade in. You know, that's just the white edges. That's not actually sand or a coast. And you realize you're on a boat in the ocean. But it's a completely watercolor ocean that you are totally unfamiliar with in the slightest. Again, it looks like an ocean and a boat sailing through a storybook. And as you look around, the top deck is, well, not as populated as it would be this time of night, but at the very front of the ship is a small figure. Not necessarily a lot taller than you, with 4 arms, 2 legs, a pair of wings, and long pink and blonde hair.
Mad
And it
lad,
is just standing at the prow, just waiting.
mad lad. Say goes down. Say goes down and goes up to this. Say this person, and mad lad's like, Roguefort.
You get no response. And as soon as you say the word Roguefort, it almost distorts around you in a malicious fashion before going back to normal. Wrong answer. Hello, listener. Welcome to hell. We're getting to the sad part.
Yes. Hello.
Actually, I suppose I should give a content warning before I continue. Give me a minute to go back to the announcement because we successfully made contact with the Raven Queen and made an arrangement. Now to get to the actual trigger warning. Trigger warnings, we've already bypassed brief discussions of religion, uncanny descriptions, endangerment of small cartoon children. Now we are entering the Trigger warnings of threat of cartoon violence, past descriptions of force feeding, past descriptions of kritterpation or kritterfication, past descriptions of body horror, mind control, depression, the surrender of a teenager's independence/will to a hive mind of parasites.
Yeah, a lot.
Essentially, hi! Welcome to Bugsnax. It's not
Yeah,
going to be fun. I mean, it'll be fun for me. It will not be fun for anybody else.
yeah. I'm just trying to remember right now because I don't think Roguefort's ever told Mad Lad his true name.
Because he doesn't have one.
That's fair.
You don't know what to call him. You know Roguefort is a nickname he has, but it's not a nickname he very proudly goes by. And you know that Rogueforti is his dead name. Or not necessarily a dead name, it's a name binding. But it's
Yeah.
also not necessarily his. You don't know what you're supposed to call him.
Mad Lad thinks upon this and he goes with a more simple solution. Um, hello. My name's Mad Lad. What can I call you?
You get no answer. The figure still stares ahead, unturning.
Mad Lad goes up beside him and looks out. What you looking at?
You look out front, and you realize as you've kind of been looking up, the entire sky is overtaken in a circling, cycling storm cloud. There's no strong wind, but it's dark, foreboding weather. You can barely see the moon behind the clouds. And when you look over to the figure, you realize it doesn't fully look like Roguefort. Yes, they're in various shades of red, pink, yellow, a little bit of an orange accent, a gradient between. But aside from the shape of the head, every other feature is dynamically different, drastically so. Very thin, twiggy limbs, an elegant little waist and a little wire-like frame, very, very thin. The frazzled hair is pulled back into a tail, rather than being pulled back into a tight, suppressive bun. And the figure themselves is painted in a rough watercolor fashion akin to Quentin Blake. But they also don't look as masculine or as old as they used to. You are looking at what is essentially a sugar plum equivalent of a teenager.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't determine the teenager's gender or pronouns at a glance. And then eventually you hear, "Excuse me, Victoria," and the figure turns. "We're coming up on our destination. The beast should be just ahead." They nod. And they start stepping out onto the very, very front of the ship, up to the bow. Right to the very front.
Alexander does make a remark. Do you think they can even see us, or is this just a memory that keeps playing out? Mad Lad shrugs. I don't know, but Victoria, that's interesting. Come on, let's keep up with them. As Mad Lad follows them up to the bow of the ship.
I also want to make sure I got my anatomy of the ship correct. One moment. Okay, yeah, so the bow is correct. Wanted to make sure.
No, you're fire.
So, what you can kind of gather, just roll me general intelligence, actually. Just a general intelligence. Let's see if Mad Lad puts together 2 and 2. If you know anybody that's trans, you can roll with advantage.
Yeah, Mad Lad would have rolled advantage because he's met many people that are trans. So yeah, with a 19, I am pretty sure he makes that connection.
Yeah, Victoria may or may not be a dead name. You're not sure.
Fair enough.
And as you approach the center, the eye of this storm, the wind starts getting worse. And you can see ahead of you the wrecks of countless vessels sticking out of the water. Large and small, galleon and sloop. It's a veritable graveyard of ships and rocks. But not even birds of carrion or seabirds are here.
Yeah, Mad Lad does want to try something as he pokes, say, at least this person named Victoria.
You poke, and the figure pauses, and the head turns to you.
You know, it's not really a good idea to be up here when you know you're going to go into a storm.
They pause for a moment, then smile. Oh, don't worry. I'm aware.
We should probably say, I know you're probably excited to go to wherever we're going, but we should probably head down.
Oh no, you can head down. I know where I'm going.
Well, I'm not going to leave you up here alone. That's reckless. What happens if you accidentally fall off? Or almost fall off? No one's going to be here to catch you.
They give a warm smile, and it's so strange. Seeing Roguefort's face with a nose, with a mouth, with hand-painted eyes. And very pretty. But it's just the sort of playful smile of, I appreciate the concern. I don't think I need anybody to catch me, though. Merci. As the thunder starts to roll, there's a clash of lightning, and this is where you finally hit the wall of absolute pissing rain. Sorry, by the way, that's what we use when it's pouring over here in Illinois.
No,
my dad says it's like pissing rain. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that I think it's a Midwestern thing because we say that too.
Okay. And as the lightning clashes, roll me a perception check.
Mad Lad will roll a percepi. Ooh, nat 20.
Lightning flashes, and as you look up into the storm, you see two gargantuan serpentine shapes moving in a circular motion as they make this wind. And on a nat 20, you actually recognize the silhouettes. Isn't that Charzushi and Samunda?
Mad Lad is going to grab on. Do they have long sleeves on or short sleeves or?
You know the pillowy sleeves of pirate shirts?
Just want to make sure because Mad Lad's going to tug on that. Victoria, right? We really should get down. Those two things do look dangerous. As he points up to the two bug snacks.
Dinner critters.
Sorry.
We gotta play it safe here. Come on. You don't want us getting cease and desisted, do you?
No. You are absolutely correct.
And you tug. As soon as she looks up and sees them, they pull up the violin. Fully intact. Not broken. And you realize something. There are no other weapons on Victoria. There's no gun. No bow and arrow. There's not even a sword. It's just the violin and the bow to the violin. No, I think I've got it. And as their wings fan out, they take to the air. And in spite of the fact you know most creatures cannot, should not, and will not fly in storm winds, the Sugar Plum Fairy seems to fly effortlessly.
Yeah, well, Mad Lad just holds on to the ship and watches them go up. And Alexander makes the comment. well, it looks like we're not exactly in a memory. Say we say it looks like we can actually interact with them. Well, yeah. And do you think they used to be a bard? Because I didn't see any weapons on them. I mean, technically, bards can't use weapons, but at the same time, it makes me wonder. Well, let's just keep playing. Let's just keep playing along for right now. Yeah.
As you're talking, your words are interrupted by the most beautiful violin playing you've ever heard. And ironically, in spite of the fact that no one else that you can see in the crew or anyone else here has any weapons or instruments of any kind, it sounds a little like there's the clacking of wood or the beating of drums, but the violin is most of the focus. And as you watch Victoria perform, I am going to roll a performance check with advantage.
Yay.
That is a dirty 20. You watch, it's almost like a performance battle. And not necessarily a battle of music. It's a battle that's coordinated to music.
Yeah, yeah.
And the two surprisingly large dinner critters, you're very good and certain that Charzushi and Samunda aren't that big in current day, slowly come down, drawn to the sounds of a beautiful violin and a song sang just for them, to beckon them forward. And as they try to descend upon this ship, which you look back and it's full of pirates, not necessarily pirates you know, but pirates.
Yeah,
Sailors,
fair.
fishermen.
Yeah. Bad Lad doesn't know these pirates because they're probably say either long gone or say somewhere else in the world. He doesn't know what exactly this was.
You also don't know what species they are. They all look like incredibly tall, fuzzy, Muppet-like creatures.
Ah, I see. We're going to say Muppets Pirates Adventure. Continue on.
Call it that. Sure.
Look, we can
We'll
look.
call
Let's
it
have our
that.
fun before the real traumatic stuff comes in.
And as you watch, the dinner critters descend, trying to attack the ship and Victoria, but in time to the music that's being played, in time to the drum rolls of thunder, the crashes of cymbals and lightning, Victoria dodges every attack and keeps playing with ease. It's effortless. It's gorgeous. And even though they fire off what appear to be spicy sauce bombs of some kind, they all miss. Nothing is done to the ship. And as certain traps are triggered, these dinner critters actually break apart into smaller and smaller pieces, which Victoria, in the very brief quiet moments of the violin solo, catches with a net. And this keeps happening again and again. It's a dance between Charzushi, Samana, and Victoria. And at one point, you don't think they're even trying to attack anymore. You think they're just moving along, enchanted by the music.
Yep.
Funny enough, you actually, on your earlier Nat 20, you notice there seems to be, you think there's actually a blade present in the bow of the violin, but it's only used to parry certain things. It's never used to attack.
Fair enough.
But it does catch the light of the moon occasionally through the clouds. It catches the crashes of lightning. It's very fun to watch almost, but it's nerve-wracking, and you can't feel why. But as time goes on, piece after piece is caught, until eventually the great beasts are laid low, and Charzushi and Samona, which you realize are not the full dinner critters, they're just the head pieces, are now the very small size you're familiar with, and also get boxed in a net.
Dang. Nice.
The storm clears, and the crew celebrates. You don't feel like celebrating for some reason, but you're relieved.
Mm-hmm.
You almost worried your friend wasn't going to make it there, but what did you have to worry about? They had it handled. It's fine. And they come back, and again, because there's no connection here, all you can hear is just their pathetic little chars. Oh, just their little dinner critter cries of defeat as they're just sitting in the bags.
Mm-hmm.
And from precisely where you're standing, you see somebody walk up. A very small somebody, not a lot taller than you, maybe even shorter. You're not actually sure. The memory's unclear. That appears to be in the style of strawberry shortcake.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize she's a gnome. As she then speaks up and says, well, I might be kind of surprised. I wasn't expecting you to handle that so well. I really thought we'd have to use the cannons. And she doesn't look at all dressed like any of the pirates. Do you think you can roll an intelligence check or wisdom save? Pick one.
Say, I mean, they're both a +3, and I
Mm-hmm.
already connected the dots. But let's see if Mad Lad has. Wait, what? Say, is that a 6 or a 9? Okay, that's a 9. That is gonna be a, if I do math correctly, a 21 with a +3.
Jesus fucking Christ. Let me finish
22
chewing real
technically.
quick. Let me finish chewing real quick. Jeez.
Look, Mad Lad has good modifiers.
Alright, I should be good.
All right.
You see, you had nothing to worry about, Bianca. I told you I had it handled.
Mad Lad connects the dots very quickly, and he definitely freezes up because, like, Bianca. Oh, oh no, Blanca. As like he thinks this in his head, and there's definitely a mental image of like Alexander giving a head nod. Yep. You.
And the thing you notice is it's not really purely just Charzushi and Simona, it's their little segments as well.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a couple other critters involved in the swarm, one of which you note is a handful of white straw bugs,
Uh
which have
huh.
also been bagged once their leader has been tagged, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the only question here is how exactly do you plan on bonding to this group as a swarm? I've never heard of anyone bonding to these critters. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. Let's just get back to the mainland. We'll let these pirates go on their way, and then we'll go from there.
That lad's like, you don't have it handled. You don't know. He's like thinking this like you do not know what you're getting yourself into, and neither does Bianca, aka Blanca. Oh boy.
As they head back in, you actually hear one of the sailors pipe up. A swarm? You do know how those work, right? They don't normally like swarming with traditional mortals. I'm not a traditional mortal. I think I'll be fine. Besides, my mentor was a swarm keeper. I've learned a thing or two about how to communicate, and I'm certain that once they realize I want to try and build something, they'll go along completely. And yet, as they head in, you kind of see Bianca doesn't immediately follow. She just kind of stares as everyone else heads below deck. She
Yeah.
then turns to look back, and for a moment it looks like she's looking at you, but you think she's just looking at the ship graveyard.
Yeah.
And her admittedly relieved expression kind of turns to one of concern.
Mad Lad does do a little. You okay?
I don't know. I thought I'd be more relieved once we got rid of these creatures, but it doesn't feel any better.
I'm. I mean, at least the immediate danger is out of the way right now.
She doesn't answer. She heads below deck. The imagery changes. And quietly, you watch as everyone else falls asleep. And I'm going to make a roll in a private chat that nobody can see.
All right. This is exciting, boys.
And the scenery changes. The ship departs, and the watercolors darken not to blues and golds, but to brasses, bronzes, coppers, silver, and gold. The sound of ticking runs all around you. You're in a clock tower, you think? Or a giant clock? You're not sure. It says some kind of timepiece. You hear ticking. Persistent ticking. You think if you lived here long enough, it would feel comforting to fall asleep to. It's the same rhythm, it's the same volume. You're not sure if it rings when it hits the hour or not, but it's strange. When you try to look at the face of the clock, you can't recognize all of the numbers. You see 1 to 12. You don't recognize the rest.
Huh. Now that's strange for a clock. As he sort of like puts a hand to his neck and sort of grips his his bandana that's around his neck. As he continues to look around, seeing he can find Roguefort, aka say Victoria, right now.
Investigation.
Alrighty. Let's see. Alright, investigation for Mad Lad. It's a +2, so. Oop, wrong chat. 13 plus 2. 15.
And let me roll stealth for Roguefort. Give me a moment. I have to fucking find the thing again. Here we go. Because Roguefort is in my Forge of Fury thing instead. So.
Mm-hmm.
And your stealth is +7. So, just a moment.
Yeah, he's probably gonna beat Mad Lad by a country mile.
No.
Oh, or not.
Eventually, you manage to find this. At first, you kind of start not in an empty part of the clock tower, but where everyone else is sleeping. And you see it's not just Bianca here. There's several others as well. It looks like a little motley crew. You wonder if they're adventurers or not. But as everyone else sleeps, you watch as Victoria kind of pauses, glances around, and then takes the bags, takes the nets, and stealthily flutters off without alerting anybody. But you notice.
Yeah, Mad Lad still, like, not sure if this is partial memories or partial is, say, like, he's not very sure he can partially interact right now, so he's gonna follow Bianca for the time period.
Bianca's asleep.
No, wait. Who's the one who fluttered off? Was it Victoria?
Yeah, I just said Victoria.
Ah, my brain just farted her. Yes, he's gonna follow Victoria.
You follow along, and Victoria kind of flies off with this very melodic, almost musical sounding, but a buzz to the wings, to a very isolated, almost cramped part of this clock tower, where she just nestles in and sits. And then she uncovers Charzushi and Samunda.
Mad
They
Lad.
don't grow in size in the slightest. They just kind of glare up for a moment
Yeah, Mad Lad's gonna find a little hidey hole, but in a space where he can still see what's going on.
and give me just a moment. Oh, that's a typo. Give me a moment. And in
Mm-hmm.
a very similar fashion, though speaking in Sylvan, they cast Speak with Animals.
All right.
So, I passed your little trial. Now I've finished. Now you have to hear me out. No complaint? None. You cannot cook us. No, I can't. I'm not wanting to cook you. Charzushi tilts the head. I want your assistance with me. It's been very tough back at home. I unfortunately believe the head chefs may come on to who or what I am. And once they do, they'll put me in the oven the same as the others. And I won't be myself anymore. I can't bear the thought. The chefs do disturb the natural order of things. They try to change what they cannot. Try to cook what will not take to the fire. What makes you think you're different? I'm not, but I want to be. I believe that if we agree to work together, if I become part of you, then you could protect my mind when they inevitably put me in the oven. And then I will, in some way, still be me. It's Samonda that speaks up this time. You will still change. There is no preventing change. No, I know. You may lose yourself regardless. I know. But then, even if this does not work out, then it means they cannot have me. Isn't that good enough? Freedom at any cost. Safety at any cost. I know there is no freedom where this goes. But there is. There is freedom in the life of a dinner critter. Freedom to flutter and fly wherever your hearts take you. The freedom to be whatever you want, to eat whatever you want without a care, without control of anyone else. Doesn't that sound nice? It does. But it doesn't sound terribly convincing, does it? No, it doesn't. Chazushi's the one that speaks up. You don't want freedom. You just want to be safe. I want to be safe long enough to bring down the head chefs. I don't know what comes afterward, and I don't care. You have no plans. There is nothing left for me afterward. The food court, it is all I have. Once the head chefs are deposed, I do not know what will become of the court. And seeing as the rest of my family is gone, I do not see the point in caring. But at least I wouldn't have to spend those years alone. They say as they kind of reach down, petting Charzushi and Simonda. And as they do, you can kind of see the other dinner critters starting to peek out and creep just a little closer.
Mad Lad definitely is disheartened and sad for what he's hearing. Because he knows now, even though Roguefort won't know it till later, is that he won't be alone. Not forever. And there is a future for him. Is say, there are people in Egad that truly care about him. And Mad Lad sort of just instinctually just whispers, "You're not alone, though, Roguefort." As he continues to watch this scene.
You won't be alone. You'll have us. And we never live alone. Do you have plans once these false chefs are deposed? Do you have plans? Do you have plans? The little miniature sections echo in response as they get closer and closer. No. I have told you there is no point. There's nothing for me once they're gone.
Mad Lad sort of speaks up, "But there is something for you."
All that there is for me is the sea.
Mad Lad is say, even though Alexander is like, "Mad Lad, don't," but he sort of jumps out of the shadows like, "No, there's more than that. There's Otto, there's me, there's Egad. You're not, you're never gonna be truly alone once the head chefs are done. You'll have, you'll have all of us back at Egad."
You speak, but you are not heard. Promise me something. Anything. Charzushi says this as he's like just creeping closer and further into Victoria's multiple hands. It's insidious to watch. They've almost made a shape like a coiling snake around. The segments have almost rejoined completely. Promise me. When the head chefs are deposed, we'll just go back to the ocean.
Roguefort, don't.
I don't care what you do afterwards. Just let me feel the sea. And Chazushi's eyes grow very deceptively sweet and soft. The sea is our home. Our home is yours. All you have to do is eat.
Please don't, mad lad. As a proverbial hand on his shoulder, Alexander speaks. I don't think he can hear you. This is a memory after all, remember?
As you say this, those little buggy hands reach down, lift Chazushi's head. Oh, but my mouth is terribly small. How am I going to fit you? Very easily. It won't be easy, though. It will. Trust us. We're all you have left, after all. And you'll keep my mind safe when I'm put in the oven? Of course. We'll all be safe. They know they cannot cook us. There will always be a part of you within us. Open up. And Victoria opens about as wide as she can,
Yeah,
but they
and
can't fit it.
yeah, Mad Lad sort of turns his head and turns his back on what's gonna happen because he knows what's gonna happen. And he's not very sure he wants to see it actually happen.
Regardless of if you turn your back, the way the shadows are shown in the room, you see it.
Oh, yeah.
The way that Victoria has to force the dinner critters down into a mouth that is not big enough to fit them. The way they start crawling up, inviting themselves. They just eat and eat and eat and eat and eat. And eventually it gets to the point where it's just a lot of bulging. It's just a lot of writhing. There's a lot of cracking sounds, popping noises. It's not great. And eventually, you hear steps. Fast steps, hurrying down the hall. And while you are trying to turn your back, and you probably even reach up and plug your ears, because at least you can close your eyes and try and not hear it.
Yeah.
Eventually, there's a resounding banging noise. And that's the sound of a firearm. As one of the others appears to have fired a shot at the dinner critters, scattering most of them. And you watch as Bianca rushes past you toward the body.
Mm-hmm.
Do you refuse to look?
Mad Lad, say, upon seeing her rush in, sigh and look around to see what is left.
As Bianca rushes over, you kind of can't tell. The way the lights and shadows play in the room, you can't really see the features distinctly. It's very dark. The only light maybe comes from some bulbs and a window, but you don't know where the window leads. But Bianca hurries over and tries to reach out. She doesn't get a response. V! Oh, V, what have you been doing? Oh, hang on a moment, hang on a moment, hang on a moment. And she's going to reach in and she's going to try casting Greater Restoration. And you see the sugar plum head come back. You don't know if there's a mouth or not. The eyes are still there, but only one of them has gone critter. V, this is not part of the plan. You're not supposed to eat the dinner critters. What is the matter with you? Bianca gets no response. The googly eye turns, but the hand-painted eye is glassy and unfocused. It bounces, just like the other googly eye. Nothing else seems to change. Roger, come here, help me clean up. Clean up? Don't you mean tie up? Tie up? Why in the world would we want? And then there's a quick movement, and Bianca stops talking. And you look and you see part of the violin's bow is sticking out of her side, drenched in paint. Dragon roll sushi hands hold Bianca close. As Bianca turns, and Victoria tries just to outright eat her.
Yeah,
Someone else casts a spell of fire, and this causes Victoria to lash back with a shriek. And Bianca exclaims, "Ew!" But everyone else is already in, and now there's a fight. Or it would have been a fight, but this thing you don't fully see, flees into the dark of the room.
yeah,
Bianca is left clutching her side, just looking in shock. As you can see, they cannot. You watch as the shadow changes. More of the other pieces go from plum to critter. Thick, juicy, delicious looking dragon roll limbs. Dragon roll wings. The buzz is not the buzz of a thinking creature. It's the buzz of a bug. And then eventually they can hear nothing.
yeah. And Mad Lad, like at first, like upon seeing Bianca be struck, his like hands go over his mouth in shock. But as she is sort of, whether it be standing or sitting down, he goes over to her and tries to put a hand on his shoulder, even though he's not even sure if that she can actually hear him. And he quietly says, "I'm sorry."
And you hear an echo of your words. I'm sorry. I don't know that V's in there anymore. No, of course he is! Of course they are! But we're not going to fight it if you just wind up casting a bunch of firebolts! Bunch of fire. Did you not see them stab you? I just happened to watch them stab you in the side. I don't know if you and I watched the same thing. Shh. And one of the much older figures in the room, the one that actually has the firearm, stands there. And you recognize the style of this blunderbuss. It's similar to the style that Roguefort uses later, but the materials are different. He's just a human, and so this is a very normal gun. Eventually, you hear the violin again. But you hear the violin, and it is this low, dark, malicious tone full of tension. And I actually have a few particular pieces of music for this moment. I can't use them for like the recording or anything, but I can point them out in a video.
Yay, yeah. Just, you can.
So give me a moment. Because like I said, the fight is starting. It hasn't stopped.
Mm-hmm.
The dinner critter that used to be Victoria has not left.
Mm-hmm.
And you can kind of hear, it's almost like an echo. It's almost like they're narrating outright. And you realize that this really isn't just Roguefort's memory. It's theirs.
Yeah, because I feel like Mad Lad can connect the pieces of what's gonna happen next after say Bianca's say or at least Roguefort what he was trying to do to Bianca. He feels like he knows how this is gonna go down.
In order for a swarm keeper ranger to function, he must be flawlessly connected to his swarm, in tune to every instinct, every sensation. Of course, for one to be a swarm keeper, there must be a swarm to begin with. And you don't have a swarm yet. Do you? And allow me to get the video.
Mad Lad sort of as he's
I
watching.
hope I have the name correct.
Oh, you're fine. But
If I
Mad Lad sort of listens to this and sort of connects the dots. But Alexander is the one who says it out loud. So this is the swarm's memories too. And if anything goes by what he just did, he just ate them all. They became his swarm. Though Mad Lad does not speak.
Hey YouTube, can you fucking cooperate with me here? I typed a search result.
YouTube is like, no.
Thank you. It was just like, oh, were you typing? No, it's a blank bar. Fuck you. Also, uninstall your ad blocker. We need the revenue. Boo-hoo.
Look, I'm not proud of it, but I have YouTube Premium just so I can not deal with that. It's amazing what no ads does.
Okay, I'm gonna get this at this specific time slot.
Yeah, I'm
But
not very
it is
sure.
from King's.
Yeah,
It is King's Gambit. Sorry, you first.
I say I'm not very. Yeah, because I'm not very sure again if this would work on the recording. But yeah, King's Gambit is a when is it?
Well, no, it's a very specific track. The albums are called King's Gambit. I believe it's connected to League of Legends. I'm not 100% sure.
Fair
It
enough.
is specifically the Dominion track.
All right, cool. Ooh, that does look really cool.
Ignore the looks. It's just the sound.
Look, I know, but look the looks pair well with it.
Eh. And you watch as this party of adventurers kind of tries to make a circle around Bianca, while the one that comes close and tries to apologize does try to heal her with Cure Wounds.
Mm-hmm.
The wound seals up, but Bianca still looks concerned. Shadow moves around quickly. Nobody can catch it in one spot. And then they hear the strings. Victoria's playing again. Or at least one pair of arms is. And then the creature descends. And what you watch is a very fast-paced battle because the critter that used to be Victoria moves almost faster than your eye can catch on its own. Any attack the others make, Victoria winds up parrying with that bow. With the bow for the violin, of course. And then you realize, oh, it's not the violin that's being played. Or if it is, it's not occupying all four arms. Part of the legs go into it as well. And the other pair of arms are focused on actually using the swords that you did not see earlier to try and fight back. Victoria strikes with the same precision as a surgeon. Steel finds its marks. There are deflections and counterspells, but really, there's no need for magic here. Victoria's music lulls them into false security, charms them into lowering their guard, and then they just strike, stabbing, piercing, and the critters start crawling over them. And you realize, well, that's not how Victoria works. Victoria didn't eat all of them. Roguefort didn't eat all of them because it wasn't Roguefort in control. It was the dinner critters. And as they continue trying to fight back, as Bianca continues trying to reason with and try to convince the others to heal, Bianca goes down. And as she's trying to talk, she is overrun by these white straw bugs, which force themselves into her mouth and down her throat. She tries to get rid of them, tries to fight back, even tries to use magic, but there's no casting magic if your mouth is occupied. And you watch, frozen in terror, as her limbs start popping into the shapes of white strawberries. One by one, hands, arms, shoulders, knees, feet, ears, torso, face, nose, everything. And as the others try to defend or protect each other, or even try to land any hits, once they see Bianca go down, you watch as Bianca breaks apart into several white straw bugs. I'm going to make 5 morality rolls to see who decides to stay and who decides, you know what, fuck it, that's not her friend anymore, we're leaving. 2 of the other party members decide, nah, we didn't sign on for that. The other 3 try to convince them, what about Bianca? What about Bianca? Fuck Bianca! What about us? What about me? You might want to join a buffet table. I sure don't. And the other 3 stick around, mostly shocked and infuriated. Though they don't seem to have the same understanding of what's become of Victoria as the others, but 2 of the party members flee, preserving their lives. Then, one of the other party members winds up going down, and we need to make 2 more saving throws. Persistence. Persistence. One by one, the party's numbers start going down, and I need to make 2 intelligence checks to see if they're smart enough to turn tail and run before they join the horde. One of them is smart enough. The other one tries keeping up the fight and thinks, maybe if I just stab them enough, maybe they'll stop. The other one seems to gather that this is a war of attrition. When the enemy can just multiply their numbers and dwindle yours, there's no winning. And Victoria is moving too quickly. Not even as a leveled, experienced adventurer anymore. Victoria moves like an animal. And it's not an animal they're prepared for. I'm going to make a persuasion or athletics. That's a 4. Okay, persuasion doesn't work. 2d20 contested athletics. As he tries to go, we can't win this, come on! Yes, we can! They don't have that much blood to lose. Just give me 5 more minutes. We don't have 5 more minutes. Now come on! Unfortunately, the one with the accent cannot drag the other away, and winds up getting stabbed for it. The smart one is bloodied. Stupid one is surprisingly holding up well, but is getting outnumbered. The smart one looks between them, clues in the odds, and I'm going to make 1 morality saving throw. Not 11, 1, that's a typo. And with a look of guilt, regret, and acceptance of the fact that this is where they're just going to watch them disappear and it won't be them ever again, is going to dimension door away. I do need to have her check dimension door because I believe there's a specific stat on trying to take along an unwilling participant. Because they're trying to take a friend.
I think there is, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I have that spell, but I don't remember.
You can bring 1 willing creature of your size or smaller who is carrying gear up to its carrying capacity.
Yeah, I would rule in this case make like a grapple or a strength saving throw to forcibly pull them through the door.
Alright. So, contested athletics again. This time, they can't resist. They grab them, and as one of the Salminis are trying to force themselves down the throat, firstly, they smack them in the back of the head hard enough for them to cartoonishly just spit it out.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing that this large dinner critter hears, because now you can see it at this point, the only thing that's left is the head. The eyes aren't there anymore. The nose isn't there anymore. The mouth isn't there anymore. It's just a pair of googly eyes on what once was a sugar plum's head. And the last thing you hear out of this other party member's mouth as they are dragged through the dimension door is, "Wait!" And it echoes as they disappear. The clock stops ticking. Bianca was wielding what appeared to be two clock hands for weapons, but they have fallen to the ground. Useless now. The clock ceases to tick. The lights dull. Victoria stands there, dull and unaware of whatever horrors have occurred. And dinner critters, two series of dinner critters added to the swarm. We now make a wisdom save for all three. I cannot tell if those are eagles or vultures outside the window. That's foreboding.
Mm.
Eventually, heavily breathing, but breathing again in the more insectoid way because now there is no mouth to breathe through, so it's breathing through these vents in the sides, like a mantis or a wasp. You watch as the other dinner critters crowd close and calm the head of this new swarm, and glassy, unfocused eyes suddenly find themselves aware, staring ahead, looking around, looking down. There's not even paint trails left. Dropped weapons, discarded clothes they can't fit in anymore. And the dinner critter that would become Roguefort slowly starts to shiver and shake. And you watch as the cluster of white strabbies turns and notices this and very quietly scampers into view. Hey, hey. The googly eyes glance down, shocked they can hear. It's all right. Oh, it's not. Yes, it is. It's all right. I understand. No, it's not. No, it's not. The figure collapses like a useless, jointed doll. And you watch as this cluster of white strabbies quietly crawls in, over, and into their arms to start hushing assurances that Bianca does get it now. It's not that Victoria wanted to attack. The dinner critters wanted to eat and be eaten. It wasn't Victoria hurting them. But Victoria has already accepted that the guilt is theirs. The guilt is his.
Yeah,
There
Mad
really
Lab.
is nothing left for him but the swarm.
Yeah, Mad Lab watches this and he is silent. He he now fully he sort of knew the context of him becoming what he is right now, but he sort of fully gets it now. He understands the love hate relationship that he has with his swarm, the guilt that he now carries of what he say that to have what he wanted, there had to be a price. And this was the price that he had to pay.
That is incorrect, actually.
Eh?
That's wrong. Every word of what you've just said is wrong.
I mean, he fully accepted him, but I say
No?
maybe
No, that's not the conclusion you were supposed to come to.
maybe I'm
Mad Lad actually fails the test for that. As you try and understand what's going on, you don't. You make an assumption, but you don't understand the memory enough to claim it with your own hand. If Alexander does not come to the correct conclusion, the memory will reject you. And you'll have to make a trade instead. Alexander!
yeah.
What do you think is going on here? What do you think you're supposed to take away?
Could I
Ignore that clatter. That was a plastic spoon. I'm very sad. I now have to eat these marshmallows with my hands like a caveman. Man.
Can he possibly roll something to help with this? Because I'm struggling a little bit myself. I feel like I'm on the cusp of it, but I'm trying to figure it out myself.
You know what? Originally, I was going to genuinely say no because you do kind of have to come to the conclusion yourself, but let me ask our little listener here. Listener, do you want me to give them an intelligence roll? All right. You get one intelligence roll for Alexander. No assistance, no advantage.
Yeah. Because Alexander is older. He he can figure out more complex emotions. So hopefully the dice will agree. Which is agrees. That's a 19 on the dice, so that is going to be a +6 to intelligence. So I can't do math. 25.
Mad Lad doesn't get it. Alexander, this isn't about the price. This wasn't a deal struck with a devil. This wasn't some pact with an archfey to lose a soul. This wasn't an arrangement. This is manipulation. Yes, the sugar plums are themselves based on a parasitoid type of wasp. So they themselves are also parasites that must do what they must to survive, and they help the environment in their own way. But the dinner critters directly preyed on Roguefort's isolated suicidal feelings. They didn't encourage that there would be joining in others. They only offered themselves as the only option that Roguefort had. There would be nothing else. Whatever must be done to survive will be done, but at the end, when everyone else leaves, all Roguefort will have is the critters. This wasn't an understanding price. This was manipulating a teenager into giving up their free will, their life, just to be a host to a bunch of other bugs.
And
the memory that is connected to this is also the memory of the dinner critters, because it's not the memory of the full swarm, but it's Charzushi and Samunda's. And the intent that they have after the head shifts are disposed of is clear. Of course they want to feast and do nothing but feast. Of course they want to make more of themselves. What else is an invasive species going to do to survive? They multiply.
And the realization that just makes Alexander angry as he pushes Mad Lad out of the out of the driver's seat fully as his hand becomes a blade as he walks towards this creature. No, Mad Lad, no, 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 no. This is not what you think. This wasn't a deal. This wasn't a Faustian bargain. This was manipulation. Of course they said all those things. That's what they wanted. That's what parasites do. They preyed upon this teenager, this child. This is wrong as he slices slices Roguefort in half and particularly the parts that are the tarsushi and the other one.
That's 90% of the body.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He slices this form of Roguefort in half, or at least trying to, almost in a way to get rid of what just out of anger, because he knows what's happened. He knows this is wrong.
Oh. Oh, you were so close to success, it was not even funny. Oh no.
Say,
You were.
I'm trying to think.
No, 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 you're on the correct conclusion. You were so close until you decided to attack Roguefort.
Let me try one last thing. If you let
that was your try.
that was fair. That was fair.
So
And here's the
you come to the correct.
yeah, like Cruz, unfortunately, Alexander is so angry at this that he would.
He would.
He would. And Mad Lad probably shouts out, Alexander, no!
So you strike down at what's left of Victoria, Bianca, Roguefort, and whatever else was absorbed. And because this is like 90% of the body, you just wind up beheading Roguefort. And the body just falls. And the head just falls. And as the watercolors all start to blend together, making bright, beautiful colors and then making mud, you see googly eyes start sprouting up everywhere. Gears turn to creatures. Windows turn to eyes. The sugar plum head withers and goes dead.
Alexander!
And a dragon roll sushi head sprouts on the memory's corpse. Failures. All of you! And you are shunted out of the space. The display case slams shut, and the violin stops glowing. You don't even get to finish the memory.
Yeah, and Alexander is saying, Mad Lad pushes Alexander and says, what is wrong with you, Alexander? We had it. It was there. Why did you attack him? Because that wasn't your friend. That was a manipulated monster that needed to be destroyed. That wasn't the point. Ugh, you made us fail. Ugh, we had the solution. You had it, but you let it go because of your anger. What else I was supposed to feel? How else I was supposed to?
And you are quietly interrupted by the firm and gentle voice of the Raven Queen as she says, acceptance. And you are immediately silenced. She's just standing there, perfectly serene, and has refilled her cup of tea and is just stirring it with a spoon.
Which honestly, this is perfect because Alexander has never accepted the way he is right now.
And that's not what you need to accept. But that is still a fair lesson to connect.
Yeah, it's a fair lesson to connect, but it's definitely within the theme.
You have to accept what has happened in the past in order to be able to accept the present and healthily change the future. But you couldn't. Further still, it distorted your view of the present rather than clarifying it. Your test was to accept the grief and the pain, and you failed. Very sorry, little ones. And she just takes a sip. And yet, again, it's not like she's. You don't think she's wearing the mask, but it's almost like her face isn't really changing at all. Just this peaceful but grim acceptance as she just takes another serene sip, still as a corpse.
Is he still silenced?
No, when I said silenced, I meant more in the metaphorical way of there was enough authority in her voice for you to just automatically shut up.
That's fair.
You can
Just
talk. You can talk now. It was more like just like, this is a 10 talking to a 2 here.
that's fair. As Mad Lad doesn't. He's not very sure what to say, but he is ashamed that he failed this test. And Alexander is still a bit enraged, but now in the fact that it's just in the ways like it's a very different way of accepting defeat. It's just like, but it wasn't his fault.
You're right. It wasn't. That's the tragedy of it, isn't it? She walks up to the glass case and just politely taps it. It opens up and she just looks it over.
I came to the right conclusion, can't. But out of my actions, anger was all I could think of, and all
And
I
anger was all
produced.
that they could think of, too. Why do you think they broke their dear violin and couldn't even bear keeping it? After all, their music was a siren song, luring in unsuspecting friends, strangers, loved ones, to a never-ending feast, a famine on all who refused to join. But that wasn't the truth either. And in destroying what had previously taught them love and had brought them closer to others, it only isolated them further, making them perfect tools for the chefs. Look, you can even see the chew marks, at which point the dinner critters started chewing on the very end of this. You see?
And
And
say,
even though you've never seen teeth, you actually can see chew marks in the broken bits.
mm-hmm. Sadness and acceptance. Those are two things that I find hard. Maybe I saw too much of myself in him.
And so you would rather see yourself destroyed. A pity, that's exactly what he thought. Taps it again, the glass just clink, shuts.
I am like Roguefort. I I have nothing. And Mad Lad cuts him off. No, you don't. You do have someone left. You have Carmenia. You have me. And even though they don't know it yet, I know Joy and Missy would readily accept you. You're not. Say, we are not alone. Look, I know this is hard, and you're not alone. Let's see. Alexander. And I never really fully said it with all my heart, but I'm sorry of everything I've said against you. You're not a monster. You're just a kid like me who had like had that made some mistakes, and if I could hug you, I would. And Alexander is quiet for a second. He's like, I'm sorry too. In my isolation, I became enraged. I say I became angry, and I wanted to destroy everything that you had because that was something that I felt like I deserved that you took from me. But no, you're nothing more. You're just like me. For two sides of the same coin. And I will fully pay this price. I say I will bear the memory. I will bear this price. I made a mistake. I should not have attacked when I should have. You do not have to give any memories to the Raven Queen, Mad Lad. This is my mistake, and I will fix it.
The Raven Queen's expression doesn't change. She just stares. The same dark dots, saying nothing. In a way, you wonder if that pleasant old face is a mask or not. It doesn't even seem to move. And even though there's no light outside, her shadow is taller than any of yours.
And I'll say, and there's a deep breath coming from the two of them, and Alexander takes full control. I am a noble and gentleman of my word. We have failed the test, and we will pay. I will pay the price fully. I was the one who fully failed this test. I will give you whatever memory that you deem fit that will pay the price, so we can have his back.
She says nothing. You know something has changed, but she still takes a sip and doesn't say anything aloud yet. The silence is deafening.
No, you don't, Alexander. I didn't come up with the same conclusion too. We deserve to both pay this price. You don't have to do anything on your own anymore. You have me. And he puts his hand up to the handkerchief. And if they were still alive, they would have you too. We we don't have to do things separately anymore. And I don't want us to. We need to do things together. Because look, I know you probably never wanted a brother, but you got one. You're my brother, Alexander, and brothers brothers stick together. Alexander is quiet at this, and his face turns into shock. Then sighs with a small smile. Brothers do things together, and you know, I've always wanted a brother. All right. We will both pay the price. We will give a memory each of one that you deem fit. Because, look, we have trauma. I think we both agree we both have pretty much trauma, but we're not very sure if both of our trauma is equal to one of those traumas.
She holds a hand up. No rush. We still have the other bargain to make, do we not?
Mm, we do have the other bargain to make. I almost completely forgot about that one.
Understandably so, given the vision. Initially, I was only going to take a memory from one of you. And it was going to be the heartbreak in you that would decide who I would take from. But if you both are offering, this should smooth out the deal nicely. One memory for the assistance in your quest to retrieve the flower that shall free Roguefort's will, and the other for the memory of music.
Memory of music? I don't get what you're trying to say there.
She taps the glass again. The memory of music. In giving up this memory, Roguefort completely forgot how to play violin. And also forgot anything and everything to do with their previous training. So the sugar plum was all the easier to manipulate into learning how to be a better hunter.
Oh, I see
It
now.
even led to certain changes in behavior, growing less charismatic and charming and more dexterous and intimidating. Becoming more like that of an animal than a person. Of course, it's at the stage that you can't really tell what changes have been made by those in control of the court or the parasitic swarm. It really is a sight to behold, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It was very beautiful.
Now, a memory from each of you. Who would like to offer their memory first?
Mm,
In arrangement for the Holy Moly.
I guess everyone says it like that. Um, um, Bad Lad is just like does rock paper scissors with each other with Alexander. So evens Mad Lad, odds Alexander. Alexander looks like he's going first. All right, I guess it's me. Um,
Above the table, Winona.
yes,
I have some thoughts, but before I share those, also nice to see you, dear listener. You have a safe trip.
yeah, you too.
What memory of Alexander's would you say is the most tragic and the most connected to certain others?
Probably the
What do you think would hurt the most to lose?
hmm hurt the most to lose.
Now, it cannot be a positive memory because it has to be a memory of tragedy and grief. So, in a way, losing it does brighten them up some, but there's always something lost with it too. So, what is a very painful, tragic memory that is central to so many others that Alexander has?
Hmm. I would say off the top of my head his death. Because without his death, he wouldn't even be in the situation that he is in now. But I'm not very sure if that's what you're thinking. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
No? That'll do. What object do you think his death would be represented by?
Mm. That's the tricky thing. Because he doesn't have any objects per se.
No, that's not the point.
Ah.
What object do you think would represent the memory symbolically?
Symbolically.
The
That is.
only reason this takes the place of the broken violin is yes, conveniently Roguefort still had part of it left on his person, but it would have taken that shape anyway, because even though you didn't see the memory through to the end, eventually Roguefort winds up breaking and giving up the violin altogether.
That's fair. And let's see, probably is a let's see. In that case, probably the last say what would be the most representative of his trauma in his past would most likely be the coat of his father stained in blood, as that was the last thing he saw before him dying, because his father basically wrapped his coat around his body.
That'll do. I was thinking the murder weapon, but that'll do.
Well, the murder weapon was a it was a displacer beast. So
Fair. So we'll say the coat of the father with some slight cloak of displacement features.
yeah.
And she just curls a finger to sort of beckon Alexander forward. And although you don't actually feel it, Alexander can temporarily step forward not connected to you. You're not going to see it, though.
Yeah, and Alexander does, and I'm not very sure if he even noticed this himself.
A memory for assistance in retrieving this flower. Is that what you want?
Alexander nod. Yes.
Fair enough. She takes another sip. And then you almost briefly watch, but then she goes, hold still. And is going to reach over and, like you're a teapot, lifts the top of your head off like a lid.
Oh.
Reaches in and pulls something out. Alexander, you are completely null and void for this, by the way. You are standing there essentially frozen. You
Fair.
feel nothing and know nothing. And Mad Lad, for just the briefest moment, your mind feels eerily peaceful. But you were also frozen for a moment. And she pulls out what appears to be a cloak of displacement, in the same style as what would have been Alexander's father's coat. As in connection to this memory, he loses the memory of his death and the memory of that grief and that figure. Alexander loses the memory of his death in bargain to the Raven Queen. Alexander, you are back in Mad Lad's headspace and you don't realize what has been taken. It's kind of like you went to the dentist and got anesthesia and was like, oh, when are you going to numb my mouth? When are you taking the tooth out? It's like, I already did.
Mm-hmm.
Alexander will be dazed for a minute, but Mad Lad, you watch as the queen goes over. And you swear there wasn't an empty display case there before, but she just heads over to a place where a lot of other clothing items are politely on display and just hangs it up. Dusts it off a bit, and then just closes it. Your turn.
Fair. And Mad Lad steps forward.
Now you step in front of the case with the broken violin in it.
Mm-hmm.
A memory for a memory. A tale as old as time. Is this your trade?
Yes. Like Alexander, my brother. We say we are men of our word.
Sweetheart, I would like to remind you you are a boy of your word. You are not a man yet.
Fair, but I also felt like I aged significantly by watching that memory.
Who wouldn't? But you are still a boy. Don't forget that. And what be the most tragic connecting memory for Mad Lad to lose.
Hmm.
To not even realize that he lost at first.
Probably probably similar to Alexander, the death of his family, the sinking ship of the Sapphire Dragon going down. Because without that, he would never have, gotten this place in the first place.
Conveniently, this is connected to an object, and she can just remove that.
Mm-hmm.
She just reaches forward, and you are sort of in this daze where you just have to stand there and accept whatever happens. She just reaches for the top of your head, but then the finger draws down your face and stops. And instead, she tugs off the kerchief, the blue and the silver. This'll do. And she takes that off, and you stand there in a daze. And when you kind of come to, you see that she's holding a blue handkerchief. You're not sure what for.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you said you would give up a memory, but. And then she lifts open the glass case and lifts up the broken violin and very carefully puts this beautiful blue and silver handkerchief on display. Do you consent to losing the handkerchief, or would you rather lose a different thing?
I honestly that handkerchief more represents good memories than bad. What would probably be more significant would be seeing like the pirate flag of his old ship in tatters, or
Oh,
ship in
that'll
the
do. That'll do.
yeah
So she's. We'll rewind a bit.
yeah.
Kind of looks it over for it, and she kind of feels it over with the fingers, but when she sees that you really do look like you don't want to detach from that, she's just like, reaches up and lifts, and you are frozen in a daze. You are temporarily a vegetable as she roots around in your little teapot of a head. Ah, this'll do. And pulls something out, and you feel your head reseal, and you come back to your senses slowly. As she heads over to the glass case, she has something black folded in her arms. It's similar to the cloak that she hung up. And she's going to reach up, and the glass, it lifts back, and then it sort of stretches and expands to be a taller, thinner display case, for something like a fabric or a cloth, rather than to this violin. And she grabs it. And she doesn't grab a broken violin. She just grabs a violin. Wasn't there a broken one there a second ago? You're pretty sure there was a broken one there a second ago. And then you watch as she hangs up a tattered old pirate flag. Right on the wall. Right on this display. And the glass is tapped shut, and she hands you the violin, and you have come to your senses.
Ugh, that was weird. That was weird. They sort of both say at the same time.
It normally is. This is yours. And she holds out the violin. Yeah, wasn't that broken a second ago?
Yeah, and they take it. I
Return it to him, and the memory will return. I make no further promises. But you will have assistance in retrieving the flower. You will have to get there first, however.
I mean, I think we can handle that portion. I have a boat, and if my boat won't do, I know people who do have boats.
You know some people that have boats. A few others are kind of fuzzy when you try to think on them. Huh.
Mhm.
But you do know some people with boats. Some.
I that feels a bit weird.
It'll
Still,
pass. It'll feel natural once you leave. Speaking of which, I do believe it's your bedtime, little one.
I I think it probably is. Um, thank you.
Of course. Oh, and mad lad, Alexander,
Yes?
I do love having visitors, but do not try to seek me out again. At least not here on the Shadowfell. It's far too dangerous for one like you.
Uh, you're probably correct, but we were following. You know, we'll keep this in mind. We won't go through any say rifts.
The only reason that I happened to lead you through this one is because I knew you would not be satisfied once you heard I had one of Roguefort's memories.
Yeah.
I knew as soon as you heard about it, you would also want it back, and I figured it would be easier for you to have it here than to come back again. Although if you died here never to be seen again, that would also be tragic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we both don't want that. Yeah, we really don't want that. We will stick to the mortal realm and talk with you there.
She smiles in a knowing way, and then goes, as you say. Now you shouldn't be up past your bedtime, so here. And she hands you a glass of water and starts hurrying you along, and you kind of don't realize that things are changing around you as you're being hurried over. Your memory is a little fonder. You're kind of being hushed off to bed. You swear it's by a parental or grandparental figure.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you must be tired. And as you kind of head along, you head through the door to your room at the treehouse. And then you process that. And when you look back, she smiles, waves, though you can't tell how good or bad that smile is. It's very pleasant. And the door shuts. You have been Monsters Inked.
They look back. They probably do a wave themselves and sort of look forward. And it's just and they're like, huh. I mean, she technically is a god. She can do this. She can make us go. She can literally deliver us right back to home. You know, we've had a rough night. We've seen a lot. Let's just go to bed. We'll deal with this tomorrow morning.
So you start getting ready for bed. You do notice one more little detail on your person. It appears to be a little token, almost like a bracelet on your wrist.
Mm.
Do you inspect it?
Yeah, they probably notice it and look at it and expect it.
It's a beaded bracelet. It appears to have a feather token attached to it, where it's a black raven's feather that's attached to it by another bead.
Uh-huh.
Again, they're very muted colors, but they're very pretty, and there are some old vintage details on these beads.
Mm-hmm.
You have acquired a one-use raven's feather token.
Ooh.
This will allow you to summon a familiar of the Raven Queen, which essentially summons the raven you saw before. This is going to be your key to getting the flower.
Fair enough.
It also comes with a little note attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
I take it you unfurl it and read it?
Yes.
Attached to a small bead in the shape, a small clasped bead in the shape of a raven's foot is a small note. Unveiling it, you find a recipe. Holy Moly tea. Serves 1. It's a very small recipe card for Holy Moly tea. You believe this is what you need to be able to prepare it correctly.
Okay. We have a way to get the flour. We have a way to make it into what we need. Okay, I'm very happy. But let's just get to bed. Yeah, let's just get to bed. As he sticks this note in his hammer space for the time period, and literally he walks into his room and doesn't even do the cover. He just flops onto the bed and just goes to sleep.
And you pass the fuck out. You don't have any strange dreams. You know there's a vacancy somewhere in your mind, but it will take some time for you to realize what memory might have been missing, or it might be like Roguefort, where you don't realize what you forgot in the first place. You know you gave something up, but you don't remember what it is, both of you.
Yeah, I can imagine they eventually realize what they give up eventually, but as of right now, they have not.
Mm-hmm. For the time being, the Raven Queen enjoys the new additions to the display and very briefly considers maybe I should move them to the nautical tragedy section with all the other lost sailors' items. That'd be good. And she essentially spends the rest of her. It's not as if the sun ever rises. She essentially spends the rest of your evening essentially redecorating. You don't know this, of course, because you have a surprisingly peaceful sleep. Admittedly, for a moment, it kind of feels like you fell asleep at home again. But when you wake up, you're back in the treehouse. And now here's the thing. Mad Lad, you have a physical fucking violin on you. This is not a symbolic representation. You have an actual violin.
Yeah, Mad Lad literally just flopped onto bed, make sure the violin wasn't going to be knocked off, and just fell asleep with it in his arms. He's just like,
Fair enough.
he literally just got into bed. Is just like, I could deal with this tomorrow. I am going to sleep now.
You get to sleep. Your dreams are relatively peaceful. Nothing goes wrong. Nothing terrorizes you. And that's all.
And Mad Lad wakes up the next morning and he notices the violin in his hand. He's just like, let's do this, Alexander. As he gets up and Alexander's like, yes, I would say I agree. This needs.
Would you rather do this now or schedule it for later?
No, let's do this now. I'm all heated.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Okay.
No, I say I'm good. Let's keep going.
Okay. I was about to give a cutoff point, but if you're gonna keep going, okay.
No, I say no. You're fine. I say I am more. I say things have changed for the evening, so I have extra time. So let's keep this train rolling to see what happens.
Well, it's not gonna go for much longer.
Which is fair. I say which is fair.
3d20 for the weather, please.
All right. Let's see. 2, 7, and let me write this down. 2, 7, 10.
Perfectly clear weather. The sun rises on a cloudless day. You'll have a full view of the full moon later. Everything in the treehouse is as normal as always. There's almost been no awareness you've been anywhere in the slightest, and nobody's noticed you've been gone. Everybody's moved about. Belle appears to be preparing for something. You're not sure what it is. But he's kind of hurrying here and there, and he seems a little sketchier than usual, but you're sure it's fine.
Yeah.
Roguefort is on morning patrol, so he's not home yet.
Yeah. And Mad Lad watches Belle and is just like, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm just going to wait outside for Roguefort. I'll thank you later. As he just sort of mumbles to himself and makes sure he like grabs a donut to eat and say some juice, but then he goes outside on the porch to wait for Roguefort to come back from his morning patrol.
His ear picks up a sound, but when he turns, you've disappeared, so he's slightly confused. And then just gets back to whatever he's up to. And you wait. Now, the thing is, there actually was breakfast prepared. It was prepared by Pocha and is, I need to remember if I get the name of it correct. That was a horrible typo. I'm so glad I didn't finalize that. Search engine, be nice to me. Essentially, what is available for breakfast is pan de popo. They're sweet rolls, essentially,
Oh,
and they're baked in a coconut sauce.
oh, fair enough. He will take one, have some juice, and go outside to wait.
The weather is delightful. It's a little chilly in the morning, but it's nice with a nice fresh hot bun.
Yet, and Mad Lad will also score a second one for, say, for Red too, as he has Red come out and they share a breakfast together. Red sort of senses Mad Lad and Alexander being slightly off, and he nuzzles them, but Mad Lad gives Red a reassurance and nuzzles him before going back to eat his breakfast.
Now, here's the thing. The reason I said I was originally going to cut it off earlier is there's probably a better point you can give the violin back later.
Ah,
Are you sure you want to do it now?
if you think there's a better point of doing it, then I rather defer to your judgment.
It might be positive just to end it on like you having the buns and the juice, Just a little comfort.
Eh,
You could
honestly,
just cut it off here.
honestly, I'm good either way. I just know Mad Lad's on a fat is a Mad Lad is particularly on a road thing. Is like, okay, we got this done. Let's give it to Roguefort sort of mentality. But if you want to do it this way and have him just enjoy,
No, no, if that's the character,
yeah,
if you're gonna give it immediately, that's fine.
mm-hmm,
My brain was gonna wait until after you actually did the Holy Moly quest. But if you think Mad Lad would give it now, Mad Lad gives it. That's fine. Again, up to you.
mm. Try to think.
Eventually,
I say if that's how you want to play it, we can totally do that. I don't care.
it's up to you. You said it's in Mad Lad's headspace to give it immediately, so it's up to you. You can give it immediately, okay? You can if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to, or would you rather wait?
Hmm. He would at least tell Roguefort that he was successful in his venture. I feel like he would at least want to tell him that.
Fair. You see a familiar cluster heading back to the treehouse eventually. Just in time for everybody else to start getting up because, again, you woke up relatively early. And now everyone's waking up and moving about instead of just the early birds. And you see Roguefort marching along with his little marching line of dinner critters. Coconut Blossom Sugar Cookie, and Meg. And Roguefort happens to see you outside the treehouse, sitting on the step enjoying your penny pop bowl with your orange juice, and gives a wave.
Mad Lad gives.
I'm.
I say
You
Mad
first.
Lad does give a wave back. Waves him over also.
He will come on over, and because I'm feeling too lazy, there will be no voice mod here.
Fair enough.
Good morning! I didn't expect you to be up so early.
Well, I got a lot on my mind. And I wanted to talk to you. And I guess with looks at Coconut and Meg, he's like, and I guess say I don't have to gather them up to tell them the news either.
Meg kind of glances over to Coco, and Coco goes, "It relates to us? We can give you the privacy if you want."
I mean, you're gonna say I'm not very sure how we're gonna handle the future, but I say that's up to you. If Roquefort doesn't want to tell you or not, but you see, he sort of takes a bite of his bun.
And she looks up at Roguefort. Roguefort shrugs. You may stay if you wish. All right. And Roguefort is going to just kind of head over and he briefly just sort of squats down to Mad Lad's height, or attempts to. What is it, Mad Lad?
He basically finishes off his bud. He's like, I had a meeting with the Raven Queen.
The antenna eyebrow lift. So did Coco's eyebrows. It's just like, oh, the Raven Queen. Huh. Not the words I expected out of your mouth, gonna be honest.
Well, unfortunately, it was our last. It was our last resort.
And how did it go?
Mm. Alexander and I had to pay a price, but he lifts up his hand with the bracelet. We got it. She'll help us, and I also have the recipe.
Roguefort actually smiles at that, and he is actually going to briefly hold his hand out for the recipe. I have a cookbook to store it in.
Alexander say they let's see. Does they pull it out right away? Yes, they do. Thank you. Dice say they pull out the recipe and hand it to him.
And he is going to put it into his hammer space to put in the cookbook he got from Clotilda later. It is easier to keep it along with other recipes for ease of access. But
Yeah,
I'm very glad you managed to find it. The smiles is in his eyes, but you can tell he approves. Or at least is relieved that it didn't get worse.
yeah. I'm happy too. That we got it. It's just we're still trying to steady ourselves with what we had to give up.
I do hope it wasn't your souls. I don't believe the Raven Queen deals in that kind of bargain.
No, we had to give up memories.
Ah, like I did. Well, here's the thing. You do not need to burden yourself with worrying about those. If you have forgotten, you have forgotten. It is best to just put it behind you. And
Mm,
he stands up and gives you a pat and starts walking to the treehouse.
Mad Lad sighs. It's easier said than done. He murmurs, probably enough to hear Megan say coconut to hear.
Yeah, and Coconut and Meg kind of glance to each other before Coco kind of squats down. Do you want to talk about it?
I saw a lot of stuff, and I don't want to possibly tell him everything that's happened, but we were successful in some ways. We also failed in others, and we're trying to steady ourselves with that.
Oh. She kind of seats herself next to you. It's just a little poof. Smells very sugary sweet. It's
He.
like you're in a room of freshly baked cookies. Very nice.
Mm.
I've failed on stuff before. Never feels too good.
Yeah, but I felt like this was a big fail.
Well, you said you got what you went for, so maybe it's not as big as you're afraid it feels?
Maybe not. I I think we almost had it. And even when we got the answer correct, we did the wrong things. And I think that has to do with. And he sort of wipes his eyes in a bit as he's getting a bit teary eyed. How young we are. Me and Alexander.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, failing sucked. Really hard.
Mm. Yeah.
I'd get over it eventually, but I'd still feel bad about it for a while.
Yeah.
But that's when I would be told by my Dad, some words of encouragement. Failing is the first step to being sort of good at something.
Mm. Mad Lad's quiet because he knows some stuff, and he looks at her and just like, yeah, I think my mom would say something similar to that, and I don't know, maybe I'm just hard on myself because I thought I knew stuff better, but obviously that's not really the case. I'm still
Well,
just a
you can't be
kid.
you can't to know everything. You're a kid.
Mm. Yeah, still a kid. And I just, it's just hard sometimes, you know? I've done so much, but that's all I still am.
Kids can do a lot. That's nothing to frown at, but some stuff is a lot more difficult when you're a kid.
Yeah,
I thought it'd get easier when you get older, but in some cases, it's not immediately easier. And there's a lot more practice and learning in life than you're really told as a kid.
yeah, it feels like we're learning this the hard way. I feel like again, I know I'm not alone, and I know I'll have people like you to help me. It's just hard. I'm sorry. I
No, no, don't apologize, buddy. And she actually reaches over and puts a very sweet smelling hand on your shoulder, kind of tugs you a little into like a one armed hug, or just into like a lean.
Mad Lad
You don't
leaned.
got nothing to be sorry for. You got people that are here to help. And even if it feels hard now, even if it feels like it sucks, it does get better.
Yeah, I guess you're right on that, Cord. It will get better. And through this experience, I actually got closer to someone that, well, I've known for a very long time. I'm not very sure if he wants me to say his name yet, but we, some things, we worked some stuff out. Which,
Glad to hear it.
yeah, which probably seems a little bit nuts for you, but to me, it's just, it makes, despite almost failing, I've came to some terms with myself, and it's still gonna be hard, but I think maybe we're on the right path.
And she's still patting your shoulder, just still holding you there, and she kind of nods. Glad to hear you got that figured out. Of course, Monsieur Roguefort and I are still trying to figure some things out ourselves and what we're going to plan up next, but he said you had something planned to help out, so he's not moving things too far forward until that goes through.
Well, this was the big thing for sure. Just you can't say what we need to get. We couldn't really get until we had a God's help, and we have it now. Next thing we need is a boat.
Oh, I'm sure that won't be too difficult to find. But a boat needs a crew.
Yeah, but we can figure that out along the way. And it's not just a crew, it's a crew to go to a certain island that is very much more friendly to females than male, and unfortunately, I am a male.
Coco and Meg look at each other. Look at Mad Lad. You know, I happen to be a lady that explores and hunts.
I mean, I assume that you be coming with us. Then
It's
Roguefort,
it's helping out Roguefort. Of course I want to.
yeah, sorry for say, I didn't know he talked to you about this or not. I assumed, and that's probably my fault.
He's told me some of it. It's clear he's not telling me everything, but I mean, he's worried about me, so that makes sense. He's certainly telling me more than he used to. He used to kind of keep everything under wraps before. So it's nice that he's opening up a bit.
Yeah, but you also had a hag's necklace on you, so
Yeah. Let's gloss over that a bit.
yeah. And look, yeah. Look, he probably would have told you more if it hadn't been for that. You shouldn't feel too bad about it. But that's but we'll figure this out along the way.
Hmm. Still, if you want, I could ask him if I could come with. I'd be happy to help, especially if you need a lady's touch.
Yeah, I I personally think it wouldn't be the worst idea for you two to come. Though that's not my call to make.
Mhm. I don't want to leave him alone for too long because I know he could get in trouble, but I do want to help, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything else, if he doesn't want me coming with, I could send Meg with you. Meg nods along for it, then kind of pauses, does a double take and turns. Just gives him a look of, excuse me? You know how to fly around, and I mean, you have talents with ladies. You can talk. For a brief moment, there's a look of flattery, but then still a look of concern of, you want to send me alone? Are you stupid? Are you daft?
Mad Lad chuckles at that. But that's a later problem.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, if you just let me go in and get some of whatever that bread is, I can just come out here and sit with you.
I would like that.
She smiles and gives you another pat, gets up and hurries in. Meg doesn't immediately follow. Meg just kind of stands there, looks at you, and then speaks in Draconic.
Alright.
You're still hiding something.
Yeah, I am. But I've had a lot happen within the last 24 hours. I am not mentally stable enough to have that conversation just yet.
I would make a joke, but I'm afraid it'd be a bit too mean. Are
Eh,
you sure this is going to help out that hunter?
Mad Lad nods. Yeah, it should say this should do the trick.
The dragon takes a deep breath and dramatically sighs, and then just sort of flops down next to the door, presumably next to where Coco's going to be sitting. And it flops down with a heavy fucking flump. The tail affectionately smacks Red on the way down.
Red is a glares at the dragon.
The dragon does not show any expression, but you can tell by the wave of the tail. Uh huh. Uh huh.
Look, the secret isn't with Roguefort or anything. It's with me, and it's extremely personal. Like I said, I've dealt with a lot for the last 24 hours. I don't I don't think I have the mental bandwidth to get into that conversation.
The fluff of the tail end like swishes up and just covers your mouth, filling your mouth with like coconut fluff. You wind up having to like force the tail away and spit it out.
Yeah, hee.
I didn't ask for what it was. If it's personal, I don't care. I'm not interested. If you think it helps, then that's fine. I'm just saying, I don't need to hear it.
Alright, if you say so. Ugh. It,
Oh, don't give me that face. I'm delicious.
yeah, but I say, again, I've had a rough 24 hours. Say, let's just, don't, please don't do that again. It's,
Mm-hmm. And they do it again.
ugh, please don't. As he, as he
And
puts it,
again. And again. And you basically get a wrestling match with the tail.
Red helps out with a wrestling match because it's just like, he, say, Mad Lad is a, is a boy still, and Red is at least a bit bigger than him.
And the dragon is still playing with Mad Lad like he's a boy. This is a play gesture. There's just playful bullying.
Yeah.
But
And Mad Lad can
eventually Coco comes out and all of you sit together and Meg completely puts on the innocent act of just a little halo over the head, just the tee hee.
Mad
As
Lad,
if you were just having a match.
yeah, hee hee hee.
Even does the little blink where it's just like the ding 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 ding.
Mm-hmm. Mad Lad just rolls his eyes.
And Coco passes Meg a very big bun, which Meg takes very dainty little bites out of.
Mm-hmm.
And then holds up the fact that she got herself two smaller panipopo. And you just have a nice meal. It's nice. Just sitting in the spring sun, having sweetbread, just talking about nothing. Roguefort eventually also comes out and also just kind of sits for a minute. And you can see the dinner critters also gather nearby as well. But because there's so much space already taken, he kind of distances from the rest of you. Still close enough to sit, though.
Mm-hmm.
And you just have a good time. And you ignore the fact that part of the memory you got back with that violin that you're going to be giving back to Roguefort is the fact that the intent of the swarm is to just turn Roguefort into a monarch and just spread more dinner critters.
Yeah. And Mad Lad currently has the violin in his hammer space right now.
Yeah, but hey, none of the dinner critters even remotely suspect a thing. You
Yeah.
are still being treated as part of the club.
Uh-huh. Mad Lad knows what's up. But anyways, thank you everyone for listening into this 12 FPS.
We're glad you decided to stick through with us. We hope you enjoyed it. And we hope you enjoy this last little bit of sweetness before anything at all goes wrong. Remember to stay safe, stay 6 feet apart, stay healthy, stay happy, stay well fed, and remember to get 8 hours of rest. And remember that wherever you are, fight for your rights, fight for your freedom. On the
Alright.
count of three, we'll say our good night to the audience. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Good night.
Good night. Bye.